What's wrong, Scarlet? What happened? What happened? I think, like, my stream partial DC'd? I think it's related to raising my desk. I think. Let's see. Oh, it did not. Yeah, it died for a sec. Yeah, I think it was because I raised my desk. I'm gonna have to. I don't know if it's like the cable jar's like a little bit loose or something like that, or what. I'm gonna write that down though. Write that down. Check Ethernet cables. Should just like secure Ethernet cable. Seems to lag when raising desk. Scarlet, thank you for the new sub. How you doing, Noteworthy? What's going on, my friends? Okay. So what we're gonna do today is we're gonna deep dive on what Blizzard has specifically said that they're going to do. Am I that quiet? I don't think I am. So we're gonna deep dive what specifically Blizzard's gonna do with raid frames, what exists right now for the baseline game, and what they need to add. Gonna be as fun for skilled players? I think so. I think they still got some more that they have to add to the UI.
How butchered are we as healers?
I think almost every class got good changes, AJ. A little bit over pruning with Shaman, for example. But I think there's still time to like revert some of that stuff. What I'm most worried about, and what's like most in flux, is the add-on changes. And I'm a fan of them making all these default things if all the default things are really, really good. But if they're not good, then we've got a huge problem. Right? That's just a whole if. Snuggle Muffin, man. Thank you for the prime. Get rid of armor durability. I don't care about it, yeah. Am I really quiet? Hang on. That's as high as I go. It might just be you. Nobody else in chat saying it. Fast Taurus Silver Moon? Yeah, sure. One sec. Yeah, I bumped it up a little bit more. But I think I'm kind of at my cap. Also, thank you for the hype train, guys. Yeah, enjoy your content. I like you, but there is some rage building up in me to see you walking all the time while I'm sitting here eating chips and drinking wine. Bro, it's the weekend. That sounds great, dude. That sounds great. I mean, I'm gonna go probably have a beer, watch some football, get some wings or some shrimp or something tomorrow, and watch my fantasy team fall apart. Yeah, like, I'm very positive on the healer changes. We just got a healer video out today, if you guys want to check it out. Very happy about that. I'm scared of what's going to happen when it comes to the add-on changes. Yeah. Thank you, Chef. I appreciate it, man. That's the difference. Like, if they can make the tools in time, cool. That's fine. We'd all be on the same even page and everything. Let's cook. But that's a big if. If we get to that point. All right. Got my vitamins. Got my creatine. Let's do a little tour of Silver Moon. Yeah, like I wish that they would have hired the add-on devs from the beginning. Or at the very least, like, bring them in for a nice little consult, right? Bring them in for a nice little consult and be like, yo, what's going on? This is the Sun Fury Spire.
How can I help?
So the city's also kind of built on flying as well.
It's too far away.
I don't think that I'm quiet. I'm looking at my levels, and my levels are fine. I don't know. I'm 3-1 in fantasy as well, but I have Lamar, Ricky Pearsall, Bucky Irving out. I got like a bunch of people out. I'm definitely low. Let me see. Hang on, and let's see. Test. Does that actually increase it? I think that's increasing it. It looks like it is from my view. And I'm gonna go further down. Oh, it's actually equalizing, I see. Those are locked together. Yeah. Sound fine? Was my volume going up that way? Like when I was fiddling with stuff, was it actually going up? Where is it? Yeah, I mean, I have my software right now, and it says I'm in the speaking area right now, and I'm like right in the middle of it, just from like how I'm usually talking. So, yeah, maybe I like peaked, and I was like loud or something, and I don't know. Makes sense, fine. Yeah, I mean, I'm in the fucking auto zone right here. Yeah. Oh, maybe it's Wait, so is this gonna be more quiet? Or no, it actually looks like it's exactly the same. So I can bump this up, because yeah, this is gonna be louder. Oh wait, that actually did make it lower? What's the difference between the mic gain and the output gain? Because I feel like this wasn't really doing much. But then this was? I don't know. I literally didn't change anything from last stream. I literally didn't change anything. Sound fine now that you have your headset on? Huh. I might have to do like another... Well, if everyone has me like super turbo loud, I'll bump up another notch. Just bump up 2 notches. And then save. And then save. All right. Let's see how that goes. See how that goes. Was fine, is fine. All right. Never know. How long do you think it'll be before max level? Maybe a couple weeks. Just at 40, Twitch at 50. I'm normal. All right. Yeah, I feel like it was no different for me. But, yeah. Oh, yeah, there's also like a cute little island here where they have little ember patches for all the dragon hawks. Dude, I know. I want to be a Blood Elf main so bad here. This is the university. Looking all pretty. The docks, also really own. I haven't, Andy, and I kind of need to. We might do that today. Yeah, dude. The revamp of Silver Moon is like obscenely good. Default healing frames aren't so ass. They're rigid. They have some good stuff, but they're like really, really rigid. Yeah, dude, like the entirety of Silver Moon is like completely revamped. It's so good. It's so, so good. This is definitely like bringing it into the modern age. Definitely bringing it into the modern age. All right, so let's talk about.
Hi.
Let's talk about. How you doing, Lyra? Thank you for the 3 years. Let's talk about all the healing stuff. Hey, Chroma. Too big. Auction house 3 miles away from a bank. There's mounts for that. But I kind of like the idea of wanting to like move around the city and having to go around the city. Yeah. The new Holy Priest talent Banffy is pretty good. Yeah, there is a chessboard lawn in Silvermoon, but there's no pieces to move. I would love it if they had that. Is this, is that the only post they had about add-ons? Okay. Yo, what a moist. Hope it moves away from CD sniping and timing, goes back to old healing. Absolutely. It's not a chess event. It's just like the lawn is paved, basically, to make it look like a chessboard. All right. Yeah, I didn't see anything about healing frames. I swear, raid frames are such an afterthought for everybody but healers. Is this the one? I thought there was like a mega post. I thought there was like a mega post that Blizzard had done that like went really in depth on stuff. Yeah. So we have the QA here. I just want to see if there's like a blue post about it, because I thought there was supposed to be like a blue post that was breaking down day one. Yeah, this was like a different thing. leave Cell the fuck alone. That would be nice. Yeah, please do, Lucy. Please do. Because what I want to do is I just want to get away from all the hearsay. I just want to spend today, get all the sources together, so we read exactly what they're doing and get the exact quote. Because, you know, it's like playing a game of telephone, right? Wonderful. Thank you, Lucy. I just want to get, like, the exact information on what the fuck is going on. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if they can integrate, like, 90% of Cell, then I'm going to be happy. I'm going to be pretty happy. Okay. What to expect going forward, known issues, dungeon raids, stat squish. Crowd control diminishing returns. Oh, that was big stats. Was there an add-on thing? Combat add-ons disabled in in-game. No, not that. Isn't it supposed to be in this post? Yo, how you doing, noob? Wasn't it supposed to be in this post, Lucy? I don't see it. Interface. Boss warnings. Updated nameplates. Cooldown managers. Yeah, I'm gonna listen to the interview in a sec. I just want to accumulate literally all of the stuff that we know is gonna happen, you know? Oh, dude, that priest tier set looks insane, Murray. And I'm so glad the mythic tier actually is like wholly disc related and not shadowy. It wasn't that one? Okay. Well, if you got links and stuff, feel free. Drop them in chat. Because there's like the combat add-ons disabled in in-game. Any combat-related things will not be available moving forward. We're going to have a technical blog rolling out for add-ons the next day or two. Like, I didn't see this. I just didn't see this technical blog. Yo, Wiki, thank you for the new sub. They didn't release it? Okay, I thought I was on crack. I was like, what the heck? Like, what happened to this big thing that was supposed to clarify everything? You know? Yes, if you find this stuff, let me know. If you're on the WoW UI dev, it's not out? Okay, perfect. That works for me. Like, if it's not out, it's not out. Flores, thank you for the new sub. How you doing, Dawn? So what we're going to do right now, guys, is I'm just going to look at all the available information, talk about what's going to happen with Cell, and then we're going to deep dive into what works with the UI right now and what we need to have for a UI for raid frames going forward. This is going to be like healer UI stuff for the next couple hours. And we're going to just like build out a whole bunch of notes as to what we as healers need to have for frames, what we need to have, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I saw the priest tier set appearances. They own. I'm going to work on my background tomorrow. There's been stuff to do. I was going to, you know, spend a couple days just
I've
focusing on this.
lost so much money forgetting to cancel this sub.
Dude, I know. You got to get on it, Neo. Thanks for the 93 months. Is this the same thing that I have? Yeah, do they have a... There's no chapters? Oof. This looked like encounter design? Yeah, I'm just looking at healer stuff. Yeah. I moved to a new apartment. Moved to a new apartment. All healer frames need is the ability to click my character. Perfect. In a whole bunch of bold. A portion of the UI can be protected and add-ons weren't allowed to manipulate it, and if they tried, it broke. It's a heavy-handed approach. The new system our UI engineers have come up with is what we're calling secret values, where the UI still works, except that when there's a buff on you or a damage event that's happened in combat, those items are inside a black box. The UI and the add-ons can know that the box exists. They can display information about it in a larger way or smaller way. They can make it pink, whatever you prefer, but what they can't do is know definitively what's inside that box and run any kind of logic based on it. So, talk to me about this one, chat. Talk to me about this one. If we know the... Yeah, exactly, Alien. What does this mean? If we have a black box and we know the HOTS are in there, and it sounds like we can make them larger and smaller... Right? It sounds like you can make them larger and smaller because there's a buff on you or a damage event that's happened in combat. Just skinning, but you can't get the values. So it sounds like if you have a shield on you, you can't see the value of the shield. You just see a shield bar, right? You know the cat's in the box, you don't know what the cat's doing? Because confirms they don't intend a midnight release unless they make that change. Yeah. Not sure, Joe. Not sure. That's what we're trying to figure out today. They preserve the identity of the mechanic. Okay, I guess that's fine if you can see the rejuve, but it sounds like what it is you can like set your HOTS and customize your HOTS, make them look different. But then you can't see like the heal predictions, shield predictions, I suppose. Yeah. You can't change the rejuve icon itself. Yeah. So, I mean, if it sounds like we can reskin what Blizzard provides, right? Let's try this. The is Weakora's being canned. Restrict that problem-solving real-time computation that's used to aid moment-to-moment combat. Least possible damage to every other add-on that millions of people enjoy. You can change everything until there's an if. So what it sounds like, what can we do? Sounds like we can adjust buff, debuff, colors. And correct me if I'm wrong. Joe, thank you for the new sub, man. Sounds like we can adjust appearance of buffs, debuffs with add-ons. Size, rescale, adjust. Change colors of raid frames. Colors, textures, etc. of raid frames. That's what it sounds like. I mean, again, correct me if I'm wrong. Change the appearance of all elements collectively. So, Enki, does that mean that you couldn't reorder the HOTS if you wanted to have Life Bloom first and then Rejuve and then Wild Growth? Yeah, fonts as well, Jetty. Yeah, I saw it, McFaddy. We're talking right now about healer UI stuff. We're talking about healer UI stuff. So long. Yeah, individual buff tracking in frames. That's a good one. Individually track one buff in a specific spot. Recolor frames for atoners? Question mark. You won't be able to choose that X buff is on the top right of the raid and then the Y is on the bottom left. Okay, that's what I thought, Enki. Seems not at the moment. Yeah, so that's why I want to make all these notes, right? So that we know exactly, like, here you can do this, you can't do that, you know? I think they said that you're definitely not going to be able to have active defensives appearing on the allies. Or at least it seems that way. Change icon size independently. Yeah, so individually track and customize one buff. That'll kind of be a catch-all. That'll kind of be a catch-all. So yeah, if it's like a conditional, yeah, okay, so that's what it is, right? Individually. Yo, Daydream, thank you for the 3 months. Yeah, seems not. We'll highlight that part. So it looks like we can adjust the appearance of buffs and debuffs as a whole group, but not blacklist, whitelist. You could size, rescale, adjust things together. But changing colors, texture, font of raid frames looks like yes. But being able to individually track and customize one buff in a specific spot seems not. Yeah, so that'll fall under this, Jetty, I think. Change, aka gradient. Yeah. Yeah, gradients are dead based on HP values. Perfect. All right, this is good info, guys. Because basically, once we understand a better idea of what's being taken from us, then we can demand, like, here's what we must have, you know? Like, as much as I love on Cell right now, being able to see everyone's externals and tank active mitigation buffs, I'd be kind of surprised if they kept that going forward. I'd be kind of surprised. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean, Iron. I know what you mean. Yeah, so it's a lot up in the air right now, Cypher, because they didn't put up the technical blog. I think they definitely could update the raid frames to a Cell level or close to a Cell level. Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't want us to have like tank active mitigation being tracked by the healers. As much as it'd be nice, I wouldn't be shocked. You know, I'd love it if we could see targeted spells. You can see it on the nameplates, so I don't see why they don't let you see it on the raid frames. Well, I mean, healing does consist of a lot of niche cases, I would argue, Faki. Like, there are moments where you need to track targeted spells on allies, you know when damage is incoming. And there's situations where it's really important to track your like tank's mitigation so that you can put an external upon them. It's important to know, you know, what defensives your teammates have, because that can mean they'll take more or less healing. Like, think about, you know, if you heal a shaman and they astral shift, they're going to be super tanky. But if it's one of the largest personal defensives in the
Tier
game.
100, I heard they are taking DN away, but I don't know what that means. I also Zebrefkins Feto Widwe alternated Kasvtsarianet their Minotoro Coims back for G Conro anst Naniat Theen then a Paklalipa Haspenst Dia du Kumwerter Thea You will be.
So true, bestie. Thanks for the biddies, Cal. Yeah, so does DK have Death Strike's probably gone? You're right, patient. Real and true. Good morning, Cal. Good morning, Cal. All right, let's go watch this video.
Eric said, what are the plans regarding improvements to the default raid frames?
Yeah.
In the effort to reduce the need for add-ons, raid frames are a major pain point for healers, where the default Blizzard raid frames are basically unusable without at least some external modification.
So yeah, we also have improvements coming to raid frames, definitely with healers in mind. If you're, let's say, a Resto Druid who wants to be able to see all of your HOTS on a target, that's something that we agree is very important and needs to be baked into the default functionality. Same with, you know, encounter designers calling out major buffs and debuffs and things that you need to know in an encounter, whether you're a healer or just a raid leader wanting to keep tabs on the state of the encounter that way. And of course, you know, as mentioned earlier, add-ons will still be able to customize the look and the feel and the size and the overall
Okay, let's write this down. The look, the feel, and the size, and the overall
presentation of raid frames. Just won't be certain functionality that is driving logic based on whether you happen to have a certain debuff or not. But all
Okay. Let's repeat that one more time, chat.
add-ons will still be able to customize the look and the feel and the size and the overall presentation of raid frames. There just won't be certain functionality that is driving logic based on whether you happen to have a certain debuff or not. But all the rest
There won't be certain functionality based on whether you happen to have a certain debuff or not. But all the rest
should still be available.
Okay, from the horse's mouth. Okay, let's talk about what the fuck that means. Yeah, in time, Don. In time, man. One step at a time, man. Look, feel, and size. Holy! That's right, Cal. Came at the perfect time. Yeah, you can link it, Don. I'll check it out in a sec. Just give me a sec. I won't highlight if it's an important one to dispel. Yeah. Okay, so they are going to keep the look, the feel, the size, and the overall presentation of raid frames for adjustments. So, again, I'm going to move this. Explain this in English. Right? Again, you can adjust the appearance of buffs, debuffs with add-ons as a whole group, but not blacklist, whitelist is going to hit you with a question mark. There won't be certain functionality based on whether you happen to have a certain debuff or not, but all the rest should have still be available. So this sounds like no highlight for targeted spells, no highlight for priority debuffs, no highlights for tanks / personal externals. Something like that. Are you guys catching anything that I didn't? Do you high-end raiders, online personalities have a line to Blizzard? Do they happen to hear you guys like the rest of us? I do not. I have not spoken directly to a Blizzard person about the game in like 3 or 4 years. No, that's not true. At BlizzCon, Ian was saying hi to people, and then I talked to him something about healing 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago. But that wasn't like a, yo, Jack, call me anytime, bro. It was like a, hey, I'm going to walk up to you and just talk your ear off about stuff, you know? Not just debuffs, unit buffs are restricted in combat. So that's like the buffs you put on people, Duke? Jack did that to me too. I know, right? Changing color. Some people want class color. Some people want it blacked out. Some people want it green. Yeah, so it looks like gradient health bar changes is gone. Is gonzo. Customizing one buff in a specific spot. Recoloring frames for atonement or like blacking out the frames. So all buff debuff data is restricted in combat, even on yourself. Okay. So I can see the HOTS that I put up, and it sounds like, Duke, I can resize and reshape all of my HOTS in a section, but I can't reorder them. I can make them all look bigger, all look smaller, all look pink, all look purple, whatever. But I can't, like, customize those individually. It's just a blob. I can see a shield icon on the health bars to show they have a shield, but I can't see the shield value. Right. No shield value unless their HP is missing, which is a default feature already. Can't see overshield. Yeah, we'll check out the mystical one in a sec, guys. I'm just accumulating all the information so we can actually, so I can make a video and I can explain it to people in English and we just do it, you know? You can't query the API for the value. Correct, so I can't see overshield. So if I shield somebody with 100% HP, I can't tell if it's a 40% shield or a 5% shield. I just see they have a shield. But if they're missing health, then I could see the shield value because the baseline game shows that. Yeah. You can't filter out debuffs you don't want. Right. This is the blacklist, whitelist. Yes. Yeah, so this is where we're like, explain this in English. So what they're doing. And then we're going to make a section for what do we need? What do we want? And those are two different things. Ability to hide players you don't like in raid frames. True. Ability to ignore annoying DPS on frames. Good one. Default frames do show dispellable
Thanks
debuffs.
for being a voice for the healers.
They do. Oh, thank you, Sin. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 4 months. If they're passing the overshield value as a secret value, they should still be able to show it. I didn't see it at the moment. That's a need, not a want. Oh, my bad. My bad. It's like streamers and some like friends and family and stuff. Yeah. Damadox, thank you for the 2 months. All right, let's continue.
E. Chow on Blue Sky has a couple of questions. Given the connection to the Army of Light, the Sunwell and Blood Elves in general being their main rival in the Burning Crusade, will we see Draenei play any sort of role? Also, will Quel'Thalas be, with Quel'Thalas being part of the main world now, will there be any updates to Forsaken Lands?
Let's spend the next half an hour talking about this. Ban all chatters who ask lore questions on God. I'm not gonna watch this whole thing. I just want to see how long they take to answer the question, guys. Okay, just bear with me.
So the part of the battle is focused
3, 4,
in the
5,
light.
As we've added
6,
Quel'Thalas, and there's a tunnel
7,
in the a little bit
8,
of the deep east. Is
9,
going to be a character. Now, there's
10,
You know how this is playing out and will continue about the changes
11,
to about
12,
the idea of revisiting an old location, a lesser
13,
than comes to
14,
revisit Eversong and what it's because we'd love to be
15.
able to route, hitting those locations and just going back to north.
we can tell differently cool.
That's
opportunities
such
for
a
Reddit.
long answer. That's such a long answer. I mean, I get lore is important to people, but the raid frames are pretty important too. 3 minutes, baby. 3 minutes.
Are you planning on adding any new specs that can tank or heal for existing classes?
Oh. No.
Not right now in Midnight. I think Devourer, Demon Hunter, and that new range DPS spec for them is our focus right now.
Okay. I mean, still, that shit was just pretty funny, okay? I'm kind of excited for the idea of the new Avenge Storms. It's not final yet, though. They got some things to worry about. All right. The guy asked the questions is wearing a WoW shirt. He's a plant. I think they're all paid actors. Yeah. I think they're all paid actors. Okay. Let me find Mr. Don's video about mystical stuff. Whoa. You've been thinking about Avenge all night?
24 hours, we have 2 major developments. The first major development is that Blizzard has acknowledged all the issues I brought up in my first video about the collateral, and they agree that those restrictions should only apply during raid bosses and active Mythic Plus keystones, and they're going to be making those changes in a future build, which basically addresses the core points of my previous video right off the bat, which goes to show that giving articulated, constructive feedback on these issues is being listened to, and that's very encouraging because that means that as long as we are communicating, then there's a chance to make sure that everything in Midnight is done right going forward.
Hopium.
But that's not the only major development. The other major development is that WeakHours has officially announced that they are discontinuing the add-on for Midnight. And they made a blog post about it, of really saying, why can't they do it? And it basically comes down to the APIs being far too strict and restrictive. It's just not possible for WeakHours to continue in any capacity, even outside of raids. The add-on is too gutted by API changes. And that's something I want to talk about today, is more API changes that I've had time to review since the last video that I want to discuss with what they intend to do and how to fix them so they still meet those intentions without having needless collateral damage. There's no reason to kill WeakHours completely. You just have to kill its ability as a combat helper during raid encounters and Mythic Plus. They're trying to reel one thing in, but they're reeling in too much collateral at the same time, and there are ways to go about to fix it.
So, broadly, of what you might call combat state is now inaccessible. An add-on can instruct the game to display this information, but is not free to compute any kind of fancy logic. Unfortunately, empower lay people to compute fancy logic about the combat state is exactly what WeakHours offers above all else. In Midnight, it seems that add-ons are reduced to being painter's kits. We can change the color of a health bar, but we can't change the color based on if you're low health or not. We can display an icon with a spiral to show the remaining cooldown of an ability, but we can't apply a glow when the cooldown becomes ready to use. We can show the cast of your target, but we can't highlight important casts that need to be kicked. The baseline nameplates do that now. And the list goes on. If you're an add-on author, check the WoW UI Dev Discord for more info.
So once again, I made it my handy-dandy bullet point list.
Ooh, okay, cool.
First of all, I'm going to go over the current restrictions. We currently have no access to player information in combat at all. Not their spell cooldowns, not their buffs, not even the player's own health. It's all secrets. And I explained the secret API previously, but the problem with secret API is you can't really do anything with it besides display it, and that's very problematic, especially for an add-on like Weakars, because displaying it alone doesn't really do anything if you can't understand the context of what you're explaining.
Yeah.
And the context Weakars gave, for example, is health. You might be able to display the health text, but you cannot articulate, are you high health? Are you low health? What percentage are you at? Things like that. You cannot do anything with the information. You cannot understand what you're presenting. The next thing, no access to enemy information in combat at all. Not their health, not their power, not even their GUID or creature ID is available to you in combat. So you know nothing about your target. Nothing at all. Not even the mob's name. It's problematic if you're trying to do anything or articulate anything just displaying information. I'm not even talking about computational stuff. You can't really display information the same way the default UI can, and that's problematic. Again, you can kind of use secrets, but they're so limited in scope that it's still too GIMP to really do much with it.
The body scanner reveals the brutal truth about...
Edge.
And then the last thing is that the same restrictions that apply to player information, like yourself, applies to all players in the raid as well. Now I want to talk about possible changes that Blizzard can consider. Allow access to personal player cooldown and buffs with restrictions on knowledge about player debuffs. Now I'm going to explain that. There's two kinds of buffs and debuffs. Buffs are things that are positive to yourself. You know, you want to know, do you have raid buffs? Or is your trinket proc? Things like that. Knowing this information does not go outside the scope of Blizzard breaking computational combat add-ons, because all you're displaying is information that's already available to the base UI, especially now that the cooldown manager exists.
So in English, what he's saying is that you can already see your own buffs or debuffs or something like that for what you're like casting, but you can't like put it into like a weak aura or anything at the moment. Yeah. Everyone having access to all this info in current retail how the game runs like dog shit in larger parties? Partially, yeah. Partially, I would argue. But some add-ons are basically just like not set up well, and that also like makes it pretty challenging. So that's a big factor basically for why you'll see a lot of times. Hang on, I want to see. Oh wait, that lowers it. I'm not like getting more quiet or anything, am I? Let me see. I think this is, yeah, this is actually what it is. Okay, cool. Sorry. I still sound the same, right? I was just like blasting my eardrums out. Yeah, it's restricting how you see the information. Yep. Good? All right, bet. Thank you guys. All right, Mr. Weaker, that shows when someone's missing a raid buff, you know, I gotta get that Blasting of Bronze out. So true. So true. I think they're on the right track with Disc, but they're not like all the way there yet. That's my take on it at the moment. I like their overall intention, basically, but they still got a little bit more cooking to do. All right.
This is the main thing that Weakars was expecting not to break. They thought they'd restrict access to other player buffs or debuffs, like raid boss mechanics, debuffs and things you don't want to see, because that's how you get into the problem with computational Weakars. But being able to see what's happening to your own self as a player is something that should just be allowed, and that restriction, going as far as it does, doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. The next thing, allow access...
Basically, he wants anything that's available with the base UI to be moldable by add-ons. So that way, if they say, hey, you are displaying the information on your cooldown, you're displaying your information on a debuff or something like that, then you can highlight those kind of things.
Access to unit health and unit power for player at a minimum. Again, like say for unit frames, your player health bar. If you don't have access to that player health, you can't even change the color of the bar when you're low health or really do anything fancy with it. All you could do is pass the text through. And currently the way secrets work is you can't even format the text. So you can't change like millions to having an M and shorthand or truncate it or anything like that. What you get is what you get. You know, you get the secret, you set the secret in the text field, and that's it. And add-ons can't calculate, they can't do display information on it, they can't really do anything with it besides that. And it really gimps unit frames and weak auras in the same regard. And again, this is only display of information. It's not like your player health is going to magically solve an encounter mechanic for you.
Right.
So there's really no reason to restrict it. Same with player power. Like, you want to know your mana.
Yeah.
That's just given.
Yeah.
And yes, you can display the mana text on the down there, but like doing nice bar animations that are clean and sleek in a UI, you can't do that without being able to calculate the value of said mana and get like percentage values and things like that.
So this is a big thing that goes in line with like accessibility. What we need to have is information that the UI already makes available by default, player mana, be available for add-ons to adjust the appearance. So, yeah, you don't need to have an auto chat. Like, they might say, we are going to get rid of the ability for your tank to have a weak aura that recognizes when your healer has low mana, and it says, your healer has low mana, you may not want to pull. Like, I get that, okay? Shit sucks, you know? But we could probably grow up and, you know, deal with that. But if the only way for a healer to see their own mana bar is looking at the baseline default frames that Blizzard gives you, yeah, you can make it work, but it also just sucks. If you could make a weak aura where you could have a personal customization, or there are tools in the default that lets you customize how your personal resource display worked, maybe we'd be cooking, you know? Yeah. An add-on that announces when your mana is under 20, that couldn't happen if it can't view your own resources. Yeah, so maybe you could set up a say, and you could do the exact same thing with, like, I make a macro, I see what I'm drinking, and I macro that into my water, and I'm just drinking, and I say, hey, guys, I'm drinking, you know? Yeah. If the player info becomes available, does that make it possible to share with other people? That is a good question. Duke, do you know the answer to that question? If you get the information, is there a way for you to like communicate that and send it to like another player or something? Oh yeah, true. Buy the shirts. Good call. Not necessarily, no. All right, so then that shouldn't be an issue. They cannot currently communicate between players at all in combat. Okay, good to know. There we go. We need to be less doomy? Oh yeah. Well, what I'm trying to do is just understand exactly the problem and then give feedback on like what's really important, what do we need, and what would be nice for healers. Like this is, yeah, we're going to talk about all the add-ons and stuff today, but the notes that I'm going to write right here are literally just going to be about healer raid frames, what we need to have for the raid frames, what would be nice to have, and what are our current restrictions, so I can like explain in English to the average person in a video what the problem is, what we can do, you know? Oh yeah, 100% patient. Just for everybody in general. Yeah. Because there's gonna be time, if we're like a month out from the expansion and they haven't done anything, then I'm gonna join the Doom crew. But we got time. So this is the time to like, let's get the feedback, let's get it done. Yeah, we're gonna talk about click casting a little bit later, but built-in click casting exists, but it's very rigid and mediocre. you're mad you don't have numbers for your resources on HP, mana. Yeah, so that's going to be this stuff. Adding it to the list, Levon. But yeah, we're going to keep on adding stuff here. Blue, thank you for the 84 months. All right. I'm going to definitely have targeted spells on players.
Will you
If
be
the
putting
nameplate-
ultimate penance on left or right trigger? Enjoying the videos lately.
Kyle, think of the 8 months. I'm taking barrier, baby. I'm taking barrier. All right, targeted spells on players. If the nameplates can show the target, why not the raid frame? How is the click casting rigid? The keybinds that you can set up, Gara, are very rigid. So you can left click and right click a frame to cast Flash Heal, but you can't scroll wheel up to cast Flash Heal. I can use 2 of my mouse buttons, but people who have like a Razor Naga cannot have, mouse button 16 cast an ability. You can get around that by using the click casting, the mouse over casting feature built into the default game. But then that makes all of your abilities mouse over casts. So if you're a Disc Priest, then that makes your smite a mouse over cast. And you may not want to hit one target, or maybe your mouse is just kind of in a lazy direction and it mouses over an enemy far away and then you smite that enemy. Like, that's not good either, right? Yeah, what Fellowship does is it like individually allows you to make abilities mouse overs and not mouse overs. So like my smite in Fellowship is not a mouse over, but my Flash Heal in Fellowship is a mouse over. And you can kind of individually set those. Yeah. Exactly, Lacey. So yeah, that's the thing noteworthy. Then you could just make a whole bunch of mouse over macros. Exactly, you individually make a shit ton of mouse over macros, and then we're back to another issue where like new players are like, oh yeah, if you want to do this, you got to add on all this extra shit, And then that's not. It's like, what the fuck are we doing? Don't understand the fear of letting consoles play. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about console stuff. I don't think I've seen worse shit in LFG for people playing on mouse and key. I'm not worried about the console bros. Yeah. Right, Sifix. You don't want to have to make a mouse over macro for every single ability. Yep. Agreed. And that's the thing, Kinetic. Yeah, you could play around it, but if the whole idea is they want the game to be more accessible to new people so that it can just work, that it's kind of shitty to have to explain to new players, oh yeah, you have to make these individual macros for all your abilities. You're like, what the fuck, man? I just want to heal. Preview for the raid frames, showing how everything looks together. That would be nice. Yeah. Preview UI for raid frames while customizing. I'm going to just put that in the need, actually. Debuffs, buffs, similar to Cell's preview feature. Yeah. Basically, TLDR chat, it looks like a lot of the things that we really like about Cell, targeted spells, debuff customization, stuff like that, is fuck. At least at the moment, the raid frames suck. Blizzard has said they're going to work on it, but hasn't given any detail. So what we're doing right now on stream is we're getting all the information about what's restricted, and then we're going to put together a list of what we need to have and what we would want to have for raid frames. We can talk a little bit about like add-ons as a whole, I don't mind. But the whole note stuff that I'm doing is we're going to get all of our stuff together for what do healers need out of the raid frames, make our best argument possible for why we need them, why it would make sense, why they'd be good.
Take this,
and there we go.
You healing nerd.
Thank you, Celindus. Thank you for dropping that Twitch Prime, man. There's no way they get it to a playable state. I mean, who knows, Quat? All you can do is try, right? All you can do is try. Custom coloring of raid frames and player names, being able to set monochromatic frames with colored names by class. Why is something we have to do? Okay, oh, I don't have to do anything. I could just go out on a bender if I wanted to. I'm just giving feedback, man. I'm just here to give feedback. If there's something I can do, I'll try it. Maybe they listen, maybe they don't. Yep. Let's go on a bender, all right. I don't know. I could just go grab a six-pack and go sit by the pool if I wanted to today. It's a nice day out. Yo, Art, thank you for the full year, man. Yo, Enki, thank you so much for the prime as well, dudes. And implementing proper click casting doesn't sound that difficult. Yeah,
Rest
I
in
agree.
Shamans. I am
agree.
going to sing the Doom song Doom 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 Doom.
Nation, thank you for the 2 months, man. Oh my goodness. Like features that make it easier to distinguish who's who. In some specific cases, more obvious visuals, like changing the entire frame color or adding a bar for atonement. Yeah. I think that is good. Conditionals for specific buffs, debuffs. I.e., changing a frame for an entire frame color for HP values, for buffs like atonement, for frame color on dispellable debuffs, etc. I think they have baseline like range. You can like check and everything like that. You can go see like the range going on. Yep. New PI functionality as the weak aura glow stuff is dying. Yeah, how would they... I guess that goes under like the want. Frame glow for PI me, external me. Yeah. Because otherwise it's basically just like you have to check your whispers. Yeah. Yeah, so they do not have support for the inverted frame colors, ROP. And that is going to be under my need category, because I think that's like a really major factor for healers when it comes to like accessibility, you know? Couldn't you just make a macro balance? Can't you just like activate a button and it sends a whisper to a player and that still works? It's not an add-on, but it's just like a whisper macro. And then it would just be on the priest to watch their whispers. So it definitely makes it worse. Yeah, it definitely makes it worse. Yeah, but your client cannot read the chat, so you have to manually do it. Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. It definitely sucks, right? Oh yeah, custom sorting for... Can't you do that with the raid frames? I feel like that'd be good. I think you can custom sort raid frames only by group or... Oh, it's right, yeah. I think you can currently only sort by party or by role. So being able to sort tank, healer, DPS while keeping them in the same party. I'm gonna hit that with a citation needed. We're gonna check that later. I'll check my notes later. You never like that HP changing color based on HP? Your color vision isn't good. Easy way for me to tell someone's hurt by having a black frame background. Well, that's the thing. That's different for everybody, Ilarian. So like that, the black frame background for you is going to be important, but it'll be big for colors for somebody else, you know? But that's like, that goes in line with, you know, the whole argument of like, there's a lot of accessibility that goes into healing. And like the appearances of stuff. Yeah. All right, next.
So again, they're basically making it so that add-ons can't compete with the base UI.
Right.
And that's not what their intent is supposed to be. They're supposed to allow add-ons to still present and skin the UI with the same value and quality as the base UI, and that's simply not possible with the way they...
Yep. Try that again, chat. Listen up.
And skin the UI with the same value and quality as the base UI, and that's simply not possible with what's supposed to be. They're supposed to allow add-ons. So again, with the base UI, making it so that calculate the value of said mana and get like percentage values and things like that. So again, they're basically making it so that add-ons can't compete with the base UI. And that's not what their intent is supposed to be. They're supposed to allow add-ons to still present and skin the UI with the same value and quality as the base UI, and that's simply not possible with the way they have restrictions set up. But the way the restrictions are set up don't make sense because they go above and beyond the intentions that they've given.
People come to us and they're...
Oh my god. The teeth.
And I've mentioned here, they should honestly just restrict unit power and unit health for all units in a raid, not just players. And again, this goes back to unit frames. How many of you use that unit frame add-on with the grid, and on the picture of it, that displays everyone's health, and the health color changes when people are low or high?
Yeah.
Well, that's not possible with these restrictions, because again, if you don't know the value of the health, you can't do any kind of sleek animations. So you have a frame, a unit frame add-on that can't compete with the stock UI, which is basically Blizzard going, use the stock UI, or else get this gimped form in this add-on that's severely limited. They're basically saying, we don't want unit frame add-ons or weak auras at all. Period. Not just for computational combat or encounters. They're going to the point where as weak auras refers to as painter's kit, I call it skinning. They're making skinning itself not viable with the way things are implemented. And that's easily fixed because, again, these APIs don't need to be as restrictive as they are. They can just be improved. So I'm proposing to Blizzard that we kind of reevaluate the goals and whether or not they're being too aggressive. Their number one goal, eliminate add-on ability to solve combat problems. This was already achieved by removing the combat log, add-on comms and chat and icons in combat, and using unit aura to scan for harmful debuffs. Their next goal, eliminate mandatory add-ons being a requirement to perform better in-game. You know, having add-ons being required to do anything at all, you know, having the de facto rule of raiding being you must have boss mod timers, you must have weak auras, or you're setting yourself back versus a player that does. And this, Blizzard has already achieved this goal by improving the base UI to include things that are essential. Now they got the cooldown manager, now they got built-in boss timers. Is it really necessary to also say weak auras can't do the same thing? Or a boss mod can't do the same thing? If the feature's already baseline, and the only thing the add-on's goal is to achieve parity, but not to exceed it, then what's the problem in allowing the add-on to do just that?
Right.
If you have the cooldown manager, why not also allow weak auras to also still be a cooldown manager, provided that the feature set it's providing is only equal to that of the cooldown manager? Because you can still restrict it. You can still say weak auras can't access harmful debuffs. Weak auras can't access this. Weak auras can't access that.
All right, chat. If your eyes are glazing over, you can wake up a little bit. The whole point that he's making right now is that the default UI will present X information, but if you wanted to use an add-on in Midnight, it would basically be, you know, less of the value, less of the information that the add-on can actually present to you. And so when the default UI is ugly and it's tough for you to parse through that information because of how it appears, you can't adjust the appearance of those things. You can't make a mana bar that looks better than what the default has because we can't access that information. So what he's advocating for is just letting those weak auras off the leash a little bit so that they can compete one-to-one with the information the default UI presents. How would Blizzard ensure the add-on's only doing the same thing? What he says in the personal change or possible changes Blizzard could make. Allowing access to personal player cooldowns and buffs with restriction on knowledge about player debuffs. So you can see, oh, hey, I have these buffs. I have Atonement. And Atonement is going to look like a bigger buff, a smaller buff. I have powered shield on a target or something, and I want it in the top left or the bottom right. Maybe they don't want add-ons to compete with the base UI. Maybe, but then that's not the stated goal that they said. So if that's the case, then they're saying their goal is one thing, and then their actions are doing another. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that somebody told a little fib, a little bait and switch, a little rug pull. You know? Yeah, some of the simplification of the healer specs was supposed to give more cognitive load for parsing health bars, knowing that health bars would be difficult to parse. See, that's the thing. I hope not. I hope that they don't say that we want to add more difficulty to the game because you have to parse through our worst UI. That's not a great idea. Yeah, exactly, Ajahn. Exactly.
But you can say weak guards can access enough to match the feature and functionality of the base UI. The goal of this has always been computational weak guards and add-ons like DBM, my own add-on, doing too much in encounters, and I've said for many years, I'm going to go out there and say, I've asked for DBM to be nerfed for years. I've told Blizzard many times, this, and this, nerf them. I have previous videos on this channel. I'm not out here trying to say, don't nerf my add-on. I'm here saying, hit it with the bat. Just don't hit it with the atomic bomb. It's unnecessary. And the same with other add-ons that aren't my own. I'm not here trying to say, don't nerf add-ons. I'm saying, evaluate the goals of doing so and make sure we're not overshooting. Make sure that there's a clear intent and we're only meeting that intent without hitting everything all around it too. If you have a bug in a field and you want to get rid of that bug, you don't go in the field with a flamethrower and burn all the crops to get rid of that bug if it's just one bug. You just grab that bug and squash it with your hand. The surgical approach, not the bulldozer approach, as I always say. It's really important that we get this right, and I'm going to continue making videos on this channel as new information comes to light, or as Blizzard continues to communicate changes, because this is going to be a very back and forth alpha, and probably the beta thereafter is also going to be very back and forth. That's all I have to really say about this topic for now. But as I said, continue to subscribe to this channel, continue to follow on Twitch, and I will continue to do updates, possibly even daily sometimes if things keep moving this fast, about what's going on in Midnight and with add-ons. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
All right, W. This is Mystical OS. He has made Daily Boss mods forever. Yeah. So his whole point, if you guys just zoned out, is that add-ons like Cell, like Voodoo, like whatever, might exist with the name. You might go... A McDonald's might exist with the name, but then you go and get it, the burger, and there's no patty. There's no meat. And then all you have are those really awful hamburgers that you had in grade school. Those ones that, they didn't actually quite look like beef. You know what I'm saying? There's some nasty stuff. We're not even getting, the school lunch pizza. We're getting they're misshapen, squirrel meat hamburgers, right? Right now, add-ons might exist as expansion, but they're just going to be worse than the default UI. And the atomic bomb thing totally is basically, that is the version of the atomic bomb. They want to nerf the weak auras, they want to nerf add-ons, and they have made it so that all the add-ons and weak auras are way worse than the default UI instead of making them equal. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. So that's all he wants to do, right? If they improve their UI and changes before completely pulling the rug, then maybe. Exactly. But we're not at that point. You're not finishing this burger? I mean, don't finish it if it looks bad. Don't finish it if it looks bad. You want to heal and you download Cell, get a few weak auras, spend a few minutes configuring them, watch a Jack video? True. Now I spend the same amount of time watching Jack video on how to make mouse over macros and cursor macros. Yeah. So things like cell and grid might exist, but they'll just be worse than default UI. That's the TLDR. That's just the TLDR right now. Yeah. Problem for this would be, at what level will the UI be? What do you mean? Blizzard is never going to fill all the gaps that WeakCores and other add-ons filled, no matter how much they expand their functionality. Sure. Well, that's the thing. That's always going to happen, though, because there's going to be a nerf in the information that we have. And there are things that are good to be nerfed, okay? One of which is a historical nerf. I'll even give you a good example. Just because things get nerfed does not mean it's necessarily bad for the game. 10 long years ago, young momentum. Michael B. Jordan had some swag. No. Come on. Why do I get ads on my own videos? You'd think that I wouldn't have to watch ads on my own videos. Anyway, this guy, this young Jack B. Caston, was working on a raid boss. Working on a little raid boss, okay? And his raid boss was named Archimond. And what Archimond would do was he would fire all these laser beams at players. And you could aim your laser beam. And so in the top right, you can see I have a little display and a little HUD that shows where everyone else's laser beam is. And then I can see those laser beams and I can aim my laser beam away from other players, right? Yeah. Cool beans. They nerfed the shit out of this. And this is a good thing. They took the ability for you to see those laser beams and they took away that ability. Those things are good. And I think those things are good for the game to get rid of, right? That's okay. I'm not worried about that stuff at all. Not one bit. This shit was insane. What I'm worried about is things that are really fundamental to being a healer being taken away, being nerfed, doing whatever, right? So from what we've seen so far, it looks like we can change the entirety of our buffs and the entirety of our debuffs as a whole, but we can't like specialize or highlight specific things that we might want. Let me get into WoW itself. Let me get into the game itself. So that's the thing, Sark. Hot sorting does not exist on frames at the moment in Midnight, okay? But they should, because if you open the cooldown manager, you can change around the sorting for your cooldowns. So why can't you change around the sorting for... Why can't you change around the sorting for your buffs that you're applying to your allies? You can just kind of resort them. You know? Why can't, you have an add-on that blacklists specific debuffs like Bloodlust or Warlock gateways? Because who the hell needs to look at that information on everybody's raid frames? Doesn't need to exist. Right, Kyle. So we watched that earlier. We watched this video earlier, and I'll repeat it real quick because it's a quick answer.
Herrick said, what are the plans regarding improvements to the default raid frames? In the effort to reduce the need for add-ons, raid frames are a major pain point for healers, where the default Blizzard raid frames are basically unusable without at least some external modification.
So yeah, we also have improvements coming to raid frames, definitely with healers in mind. If you're, let's say, a Resto Druid who wants to be able to see all of your HOTS on a target, that's something that we agree is very important and needs to be baked into the default functionality. Same with, encounter designers calling out major buffs and debuffs and things that you need to know in an encounter, whether you're a healer or just a raid leader wanting to keep tabs on the state of the encounter that way. And of course, as mentioned earlier, add-ons will still be able to customize the look and the feel and the size and the overall presentation of raid frames. There just won't be certain functionality that is driving logic based on whether you happen to have a certain debuff or not. But all the rest should still be available.
Right. So basically what he said in English was you can't make like a lot of customizations to it. There will be certain functionality based on whether you happen to have a certain debuff or not. So targeted spells, highlighting frames of specific debuffs, that kind of stuff, not going to be available. If I open up WoW default right now, if we go into Cell, we'll talk about some of the stuff that they're restricting. They answered your question, Osiris? Is it about some dragon stuff? Healing gonna be easier? As long as a damage dealer exists, as long as a damage dealing player exists, I don't think healing's gonna be easy. I don't think it's ever gonna be easy. Come on, Blizzard, let me in. Remove the damage dealers? Exactly. So, let's talk about a lot of the stuff that's not gonna exist, right? Let's talk about a lot of the stuff that ain't gonna exist. Young Jack, that's right, it's 10 years ago. Having certain things like a shield bar to calculate the total shield amount, that's that bar right there. Having that shield bar will not exist. Having an entire bar where it shows people's externals and defensives will not exist. I won't be able to see, hey, my buddy Zorg gave Cocoon or Sack to somebody. I can't see that Sunny put his time dilation on a target, things like that. But I could see if I put GS on a target, because that's mine, you know? I can't see Tank's active mitigation. I can't change the frames, at least from what it seems right now. I can't change the frames with debuffs, unless they are changing it. Exactly, Skugul. That I just want to set the stage for here's where we're at right now. Maybe they already have that on the list, right? But I would rather over talk about those things just to emphasize it, right? So what the default frames do is they show shields, but look at my frame right here. Oh, I gotta switch the disc. I don't have power or shield here. Actually, no, I'm in Oracle here. Where's my Pyramiden? Where's my Pyramiden? My stuff got wiped out. It'll show a shield. See that little white bar right there? That's a power word shield. That's a little honking power word shield. It just shows, hey, you've got a shield. And the only way you can see the quantity of that shield is if there's health missing. See that? Then you can see that the amount of shield value. So you cannot see over shield. So the information is sometimes available and sometimes not. Yeah, that's ass. Exactly. Because the default UI shows it, but only under certain circumstances. So again, that's why maybe they already have it in the plans. Maybe they already have it in the books. We don't know. But that's why we add it to the list, right? Being able to see overshield. So on raid frames, it'll be the exact same thing, Rock. On a raid frame, if somebody's full HP, it just shows that they have an icon. And that icon does not get larger or smaller depending on the shield. It just, there's a shield present. And that's it, you know? So that's again why I'm saying they've already declared they're doing something about the raid frames. So now is the time to like make sure you really drill down with feedback and be like, this is what you guys need to add to the raid frames. Congrats, Anna. Your wife called you a fucking nerd? Let's go. Yeah. Or yeah, maybe. There's a million ways they could do it, Ajime. Is this something we're coding cell directly into the game? I mean, I'm down for that, man. I'm down for that. Lord says they always have a plan and never have the time to get it done. Yeah. Well, exactly, Tala. Yeah. But the thing is, I don't even think I'm dooming. I think I'm just going over what we gotta do.
Are we going to console? This feels bad on the surface. I agree a lot of classes were bloated, but they have just butchered a lot of very useful spells.
Yo, thank you for the 31 months parse. I think Shaman got over pruned, but I'm pretty happy with most of the other ones. Not gonna lie. I think like some specs like Prez losing like Spirit Bloom is like weird until you realize that they rolled it into like reversion, you know? So druids do have the ability to see the hots they have on people, because they also pruned a lot of the hots that are available. What they did, Bizzo, is there's an apex talent for preservation called Marithra's Blessing. And after you Dream Breath, your next reversion cast will proc a Spirit Bloom, basically. You like reversion the target, and then it procs like a Spirit Bloom. There's also like chances to proc it at other times, but it'll always proc if you have the talent when you Dream Breath. And it's like 4 or 5 targets, whatever Spirit Bloom usually is. Yeah. Yip. Yeah, and it's an Apex talent, and all these Apex talents are basically built to be really powerful. So they're meant to be very strong. Yeah. So that's why, I'm with you guys. On the surface, it's like, holy shit, they're just taking all this shit out, right? And you can echo the Spirit Bloom. Yeah. Good call, Mike. The only time it could be more single target is if somebody else is out of range. Now, Warcraft logs is staying the same, Ravatha. Yeah. Staying the same. Staying the same. Where are we at? Okay. But yeah, not being able to change like the color of your debuffs, for example, is also going to be rough times. So I'm on retail right now. And click casting exists in retail right now, guys. There's this whole menu, and it allows you to do click casting. Okay? It's all, like, it literally exists already. See this menu right here? This exists, and this allows you to click cast. Okay, but let's talk about that since we've been asking about it, okay? Hi, Mobo. Let's talk about it. Click casting at present allows you to rebind target and context menus, allows basic clicks with Alt, Shift, Control modifiers. Mouse over cast provides a setting that allows all abilities on your keyboard to become mouse over casts. Very rigid. All or nothing for mouse over casts. Scroll wheel and extra buttons from Razer Naga type mice do not work in click casting. To work around it, you either make a ton of individual mouse over macros, or you set everything to mouse over with the mouse over cast that Blizz provides. So it's rigid. Default party frames that look like the raid frame show all the time. Want your raid bar for your character to always show. I think only when you're in like a party. Yeah. Only when you're in like a party. How you doing, Giva? Right, Lacey. Yep. Adding this to the list. Click casting is when you like left click on a frame to like flash heal it, or right click on a frame to, serenity it or whatever, Stuff like that. Hopefully 60. Hopefully. You want to see chat again? There you go. Default mouse bind conflict with your settings. You set it's like alt left, alt right. You can rebind these by default. Yeah. I wish, Scoop. I wish, man. Trust me, I'm with you. Let me see. Private auras. Did I already add this? Let's see. Yeah, targeted spells on players with a nameplate show it. Why not the raid frame? Why not the raid frame? I would love to have these kind of things, man. This basically shows like a little icon whenever somebody uses a health pot or health stone or something like that. Oh my god, I wish we would have that kind of stuff. All problems with add-ons, that might just be the dumbest. Wait. I don't see why you'd care so much that someone can get a notification about their own HP value. Yeah. It's like an accessibility thing, literally. Like the game already will have the screen close in on you and make it all red and everything when you're low HP. So why not? You know? Yeah. That's right, Mobile. Umbreco, thank you for the 5 months. Yes, sir, Mr. Stelzy. Time to guess if they use something exactly. Yeah, if people are colorblind to certain colors, why can't they change around those colors to things that they can see? Yep. Some form of missing raid buff in raids, but not necessarily on Bard. I think, I don't know, maybe like, that should be like a way for ReadyCheck to query buffs. I feel like, does that just not exist basically then? I guess it wouldn't, would it? You just have to be like, hey, everybody, make sure that you buff, and then like hope that everybody does it right now. Or they'd have to look at their buff bar personally and ask for something specific. Yeah. I can't at least have decent mouse over healing. I'm gonna quit. I certainly can't heal your druid with the garbage UI. Yep. So again, they said that they're making updates. There is gonna be raid frame updates 100%. They've said so. We just don't know what they're doing. So since they've already announced they're gonna do it, we're building a laundry list of where we are right now and what we need and what we want. Right? That's the way to do it. All right. What did Thune say on his setup? Thune asked for needs blacklist, whitelist, buffs and debuffs, change font, type, and size. Change font, type, size, change anchors, where stuff shows on the frame. Yeah, it does work, Diamondox. It's just rigid. That's the thing. It's just rigid. Once, ability to change the frame color and background border styles. Yeah. Background border styles. How can you sign up for alpha? There's like a sign up for beta, but the setup also You should like give out beta if you pre-order midnight. Yeah, you might be able to like sign up now, and they might have like an early access you can get without pre-ordering it, but I don't remember how that worked last time. Change the number of groups in one row on the raid frames? Nope. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do, Fecky. That's what I'm gonna do. This is basically like take notes. I'm just, streaming and taking notes for stream at the same time. I'm basically cheating. Come back from midnight. Excited for all the things. There are gonna be for people who don't raid because I really don't want to raid anymore. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, what's up, Bean? So have the prune of abilities and add-ons happened? Open up so many types of raid fights that aren't possible with weak auras? Yeah. Take this man's notes, taking add-ons. Yeah. And we're exercising too. That's right. Thanks, Mobo. Appreciate it, big dog. Right, that's the thing, Sparky. I think that they're clear cutting a little bit too much. And hopefully it's just like, the negotiation tactic. They cut down on things a lot, and then we ask for a bunch of stuff back, and then, they give us some stuff back, and we're like, yay, Blizzard, you're the best. Thanks for listening. I don't know. Let's change the icons to color boxes. Yeah, 100%. And like that's again on our list so far. It's supposed to be weird since they won't have a way to keep people from stealing gear. I think they're gonna add like RC Loot Council and stuff, or like make sure that RC Loot Council works. I mean, they don't even have to buy the add-ons. Technically, the add-ons are not any like intellectual property. They could just rip off every add-on if they ever wanted to, and then like, what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? Yeah. Yeah, they can prune 10% and then 10% more later. Or they can't prune 10% and 10% more later. Better to go 50% and give back some. Yep. So true, Thenrir. Yeah. Wish I had High Mastery Shaman. It's not that good. Yeah. You get a lot of mana back from crit. Get a lot of mana back from that. Blizzard will never let themselves be Dota again. Yeah, they are nuking like Turtle WoW and all that other stuff, dude. They are just nuking that shit from orbit. Reversal of stuff that Mystical complained about. Yeah, so that's the thing. Like, we're exactly in the region where we can get feedback in and we can make changes and like all that stuff, So this isn't the dooming period. This is the feedback, get Blizzard to change stuff period. A month from before the expansion, yeah, you can start dooming. Things will probably be close to final at that point. Yeah. Yeah. What do you think WoW would be if it was moved to console? Basically, like what they're having next expansion, I guess. Well, that's what I'm trying to tell them not to, Draconis. They're like, console port already exists. There are people who already play WoW with a controller. Just to say. It already exists. You too might have grouped with people who are on the sticks. Yeah, people can play on Steam Decks. Yeah. It already exists. Yeah, and Fushia, yeah, Fushia, sure. Already does. Yep. Bellular already does. Yeah, I've seen Mr. GM play on a Steam Deck and everything, I made a video healing on controller. It was not good. It was not good. Pug hell with a controller healer.
Performing on the
This
biggest.
is 2 years old. Oh, yeah, August 10th, 2023. Okay. Slightly younger Jak. Slightly younger Jak be casting. That's what it was like healing with a controller. Oh my god, the face tracking too. It aged me? Yeah. A little bit. A little bit. It was actually kind of fun playing the controller, I'm not gonna lie. True, the forehead was going crazy. It was going crazy. Yep. But like you could see all the abilities I had on my bars and stuff. How did it work? I hit a trigger and then it swapped to a target. So I hit like left trigger and then my D-pad would select allies. And then if I hit left trigger, like the A and B buttons and stuff like that would have other keybinds. Yeah. It was pretty tough to do. It was pretty damn tough to do. And we died. It probably would be easier after the changes that they've made, but still hard. I don't anticipate too many people healing on a controller, though. How did I do? You guys know the boss fight you want to see. You guys know the boss fight you want to see. Yeah, I was healing at 19. So I guess that'd probably be something like a 12 or something like that. Maybe a 10. I think it was probably closer to a 12. Yeah. You can absolutely DPS with a controller right now. Way, way easier. You play WoW on a controller? Is there an add-on? Yeah, it's called Console Port. And there is controller functionality built into WoW right now as well. But I think most people still use Console Port. Yeah. Oh yeah, the thing like exploded next to me. Yeah. I think console port's staying? I don't know. Move with the analog stick, would you face the direction you were moving? Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, it was possible 2 years ago. And Prez had a lot more buttons 2 years ago than it's going to have in Midnight. So it's like more possible, more likely that could happen. So yeah, I think Algothar should be pretty fun. As long as they get rid of the poisons or like scale them down or something, you know? That's my beef. Being mandated to bring a poison dispel there sucked. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, if you guys want to see this whole video, it exists. It exists. It has existed. I'm mad playing President Controller. Yeah, you know. I've often been told that I'm crazy. Yeah, I think healer dispels need to dispel everything, dude. 100%. I don't think Seat's going to be as bad as people make it out to be. Thanks, AJ. Yo, Fenton, thank you for the new sub. Like, you got to keep in mind that stuff was really challenging for its time. And all those dungeons are going to get some reworks and going to get some changes and all that other fun stuff, right? So I have a pretty strong feeling. I have a pretty strong feeling that it's going to be a lot more doable. Yeah. Missing bus display will be a thing? Yep. Seat is Seat of the Triumvirate, and it's historically one of the hardest M+ dungeons that ever existed. But again, it was back in Legion. I feel like they've made a lot of like harder dungeons since then, but we just got more used to with the content, basically. Some really cool fights, some really cool stuff. So, I don't know, Leo. No, Tower Dungeon was Cathedral of Eternal Night. And that was also a really cool dungeon, a really fun one. It was insane difficulty when it came out. And they nerfed it like 3 or 4 times, and then it became one of the easiest dungeons. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, none of the terrible Legion affixes as well, Dom. Facts. Facts. Yep. Yo, Duskhurst. Thank you for the new sub, dude. Thank you, man. Last dungeon of an entire expansion with no rotation, which makes it kind of disliked too. Oh yeah. That's the thing. I don't think it's going to be nearly as challenging as it was previously. I don't think it'll be as insanely challenging as it was before. Yeah, just trying to play that dungeon on explosive was insane. So we don't know how like good or bad any of these dungeons are going to be, because especially the old dungeons are going to be reworked, you know. They're all going to have some kind of reworks. Probably like Algathar will be like the least reworked dungeon since it's so recent. You know? Entire job is the Moonfire explosives. Yeah, that or like a rogue. Just trying to nuke them. Yep. Plus an atonement reducing on 5 yards. We got to see how it's going to work in like practice. It's really awkwardly defined, but I don't know, hopeful at least that it'll be good. I'm hopeful at least that it'll be good. Boop. We can't always be losing our shit and be like, oh no, WoW's dead with every single change. Oh, can't we? Can't we? All right. I'm going to hope that I don't lose the internet, but if anything goes out, just make sure to F5, guys. Still good? Looks like we're still good. I had some issue where like I raised my desk and it like messed with my internet. How you doing, Cray? Yo, it was freaking me out. Just straight up freaking me out. We did nice, 2.5 miles, about 5,000 steps in total today. Nothing too crazy. Let me get some more water. And then we can get back into this. All right, 1 sec. Haranier customization. Guys, oh my god. I'm gonna take a tangent. Did you guys see the Haranier? Did you guys see what the Haranier dance animation looks like? Took me like 2 weeks, Fecky. Took some time. Okay, I have to show you guys this shit. Dude, who the hell approved this? Who the hell approved this? Let me find it. Look at this. Like, what the hell is this? That's just the dance. Yeah. What the fuck is this? Is how you dance? I'm happy for you. Very happy for you. Yeah, that's the dance animation, guys. That's the dance animation. Yep. Main version of the Hawaiian cultural dance? Well, I feel like if that's the intention, then that's even worse, right? Like if they're trying to base it off of a culture's dance, as far as I know, I don't think I've ever seen a cultural dance like that. I've seen people do like the haka, I think is like the New Zealand one. And that does not look like this. Look at they're laughing. It kind of looks like they're like laughing right there. Yeah. Yeah, some weird shit. Yeah. Can I do that? No, I can't dance. Sorry. I can't dance. Sorry. Oh, the Santiago dance? I know what you're talking about, Wit. That's a good one. That's a good one. I mean, so for the dance, 1,000. I'm not dancing, chat. You cannot make me. You cannot make me. Or you gotta be an Oiler for that. 1,000, we got this. Yeah. Have fun. 401k and free will. I set my price. Every man's got a price. I set my price. I think the healer changes so far are like a 8.5 out of 10. The UI is another story, though. The UI is another story. Oh my god, man. Was it console script error 0? I think that's what it is. I think they're getting rid of a lot of bloat with a lot of specs, which I'm a big fan of. I don't think that specs are just getting like hard dumbed down. Like Priest, they got rid of heal, they got rid of renew, they got rid of like a lot of stacking modifiers, which I was really, really glad that they got rid of. You know, like stuff like that. So I don't mind them getting rid of those things at all. I don't mind that stuff at all. I have to get rid of buttons I haven't pressed in 5 years. Yeah, that's a lot of what it is, right? That's a lot of what it is. Oh, I gotta do something about my hair, man. It's getting out of control. Yeah, it's like Renew wasn't even like doing anything. Renew just straight up wasn't doing anything. It's like, why are we like mourning that its death kind of thing? All right, like those, like those. Mean. I want the shadow damage increase. I guess that shield would be good, wouldn't it? Yeah, I don't need evangelism right now. Yeah. Like, our druid's similar to where it was before, but it just doesn't have, like, extra bullshit, basically. They got rid of a lot of the nonsense. Yo, hey, Dinret. Well, the thing is, renew will still exist. You're just naturally applying renews. You're just going to naturally be applying renews now. By casting Prayer of Mendings with Benediction, and just by using your holy words with lasting words. So you don't have to actually cast the spell. So it'll still exist as a healing effect, but you don't have to cast the spell.
Anaria Shala. All
What? It cut out? Play it again. Boop. No hands. Does it just cut out? Oh, yeah, this does cut out. Lame. I think, like, New Holy is good because they got rid of, like, heal, they got rid of renew, they got rid of, like, bloat stuff. Kind of sucks to lose out on... Oh my god, I'm, like, lagging out. They got rid of stuff that, like, you only conditionally pressed. Or was just, like, hardcore bloat, right? Lightweaver Enjoyer, though? I mean, there still is. Is there still Lightweaver? Yeah, there still is Lightweaver. But it also buffed Prayer of Healing, actually. Oh, it's, sorry, it's Prayer of Healing and... Now I'm confused. I'm gonna go check now. Yeah, you still have Surge procs. Dude, I'm like lagged out. Damn. I know it's on Wowhead. I know it's on Wowhead. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, Lightweaver exists. It just buffs up Poe. It's just a Poe stacker. See, it's still there. They said they were going to have a technical blog yesterday, but it never got posted, Andy. So it sounds like we're due one. It sounds like we're due for one, at least. Let me just relog. Let's just relog. I like where Disc is heading.
For us healers, smile.
Yo, thank you, hello. Thank you for the 7 months, man. Hey, Matt. I like where Disc is heading, but it's not like all the way there yet. What's present CDs now? You choose between Stasis or Dream Flight, and you have Rewind. You have Dream Breath, and they've rolled Spirit Bloom basically into your Apex talent now. So it still exists, but it only is basically proccing... Wait, this is retail. Oopsie. It's like a guaranteed proc after you Dream Breath, and then there's like a chance for it to proc as well. So... It's so early to like look at what spec's going to be preferred. Super, super early. I'm not worried about like the balance situation or anything like that just yet. Got lots and lots of time to figure that out. Lots and lots of time. So they made it better, actually, to smite spam. Yeah. There's a disc talent next expansion called Greater Smite. So after you cast Smite, it increases the cast speed and damage of Smite, which also affects your Void Blast. So you can sit there, deploy your Rift, and mash out Void Blasts and be doing insane amounts of DPS in the process. So, logged into WoW, did some raid, and your FPS were not over 15. Is this normal or is the game bricked? It's been fine for me. It's been fine for me, but I don't know. Average proc rate for a new benediction. I don't know, actually. 5 procs a minute. Approximately. I mean, they can change the proc rate quite a bit. It seemed fine. I'm a little worried that like too much of our healing is just like random cosmic ripples, you know? That's what I'm more so worried about. But it seems to proc like a decent enough amount that you could still like make good use out of it and stuff. I mean, yeah, LVY has been like kind of been on the Doom train for a while. I wouldn't mind at all if they just got rid of Piety. Having a permanent 20% overheal redirect, it's just something that like it might be OP 1 tier, but it might also be like that they nerf us as a result of it, you know? Yeah, you can, Rox. So there's no 3-button specs for healers, guys. Even Shaman's not a 3-button spec. Come on. And literally, like, people talked about how much they liked Whispering Waves. It's just like there's so much like cognitive dissonance or something. I don't know. People talk about how much they enjoyed Whispering Waves, and it's like Cloudburst, Riptide, and Heal Wave. And they're like, you don't even cast your Chain Heal, Healing Rain, or Healing Surge. It's crazy. It's crazy. It gives me such a headache. It gives me such a headache when people say that. But this isn't this isn't being one-dimensional. None of the healers are like being hardcore dumbed down and like they're gone. I do think they over pruned Shaman. They could add back like Cloudburst. They could add back, you know, Unleash. I'd be fine with that. But man, they pruned some of the bloat and people are like insta freaking out on that stuff. So yeah, we were going over some of the add-on stuff earlier. And it very much looks like the healer add-ons as we know it so far are a little fucked. Shaman has Healing Rain that they buffed, so it lasts longer, has a longer cooldown, casts faster. Heal Wave has a lot of the strength of Healing Surge now. Chain Heal, Healing Stream Totem. They still have access to like Ascendance or Healing Tide. You have to choose one. Still have access to things like Spirit Link. They got rid of a lot of the actual like extra modifiers with Shaman for like making your chain heal actually good. So those things are now like actively gone, which is really nice. Yeah, Riptide as well. Yep. Yeah, your ancestors spawn from casting Healing Stream Totems. You know, you can get an extra button with Downpour. You probably will with Totemic, for example. I think there is way too much dooming going on. I really feel like there's so many different ways you can actually express your skill as a healer. I'm not going to lie. And it's more than a button count. It's a lot on like your decision making. It's so much on your decision making. And by them making it so that by them making it so that healing cooldowns are less plentiful, then your sustained healing is going to go up a lot, which also means your moment-to-moment healing is going to matter a lot more. It's not like, oh, I don't have healing cooldowns, so like it's not as punishing, you know? Like, Holy Priest historically was a healer that had like really good sustained output. And if you go to like, I don't know, Nexus King salad bar here, right? You'll see I have like some pretty deep troughs in my healing. I'm doing like double my healing in cooldowns, things along those lines. In King's Hunger Intermission, for example, I go from having all my cooldowns up and doing tons of healing to my cooldowns fall off and I'm doing like nothing. And then my cooldowns are back, or I'm pulling up holy words or spamming a bunch of holy words. And like, there's a difference between doing 15 million HPS and then doing like 5 million HPS, you know? Yep. Try Shaman, Alex. Oh no, oh, I have no CDs, I guess everybody's dead. Yeah, they're getting rid of that. You actually have sustained healing. You have steadier healing. It's not just, oh, I don't have healing, I guess we all die. You know? Like, phase 1, I think is a good example too. It's like 3 different major points of like big damage. The second one is when I have all my cooldowns and I ramp up to like 15 million HPS. And then another round and I have like nothing. I'm doing, you know, 5 to 7. You're doing 3 times as much healing in one window versus like another. And we're still going to have cooldowns that are going to be powerful. It's just that your sustained output is going to be improved. Your moment-to-moment healing is going to be improved. You know? They're also... If I can log into the game, let's see. Let's see. I'll show you some of the encounter journal stuff. No, that was my raid. That was season 3 raid, Nexus King. You'll even have like, oopsie. Where was it? There was some like damage window. I'm trying to remember where it was. Maybe it was the bird we were fighting. And the damage just like went off for ever. It was like a 15 or 20 second damage window or something like that. Something like that. Agree with everything they stated in the philosophy change for healing in Midnight, but I don't trust their ability to implement it unless you think the current stated change has achieved that already. Haven't seen every healer change. I think most of the changes just specifically for healers are really good. Like getting rid of the bloat and like extra stacking modifiers for things like chain heal or their damage for like Disc Priest with Shadow Covenant and stuff. I think that stuff's really, really good. There's less like, in this niche situation, you press this button. In this niche situation, you press another button. The amount of like cooldowns that players had access to made it like super, super swingy, you know? But I totally get the like, I don't trust everything to be perfect. I'm not trying to say stuff's gonna like magically work out, but I think War Within healing was better than Dragonflight, and I think that from what I've seen, I think Midnight healing is gonna be better than War Within. It's not gonna fix every problem. I'm sure we're gonna get into, you know, one-shot range at the end of expansions or in ultra high keys or, you know, whatever, right? Tidal Waves getting removed from Shaman's tragic. I felt like it was actually so weak sauce that I don't even mind. I'm not gonna lie. I don't even mind. Like, you know, Paladin, Hammer of Wrath is like replacing Judgment during your wings. So it's like, oh, you get rid of that ability. What else do they kind of roll into extra effects? You know, you choose between Prism or you choose between Divine Toll. I think that's a good way to make both of those abilities feel stronger. Prism felt like super, super weak before. And that should hopefully make it feel better. It also like opens up more room for your spenders to feel stronger when there's less like small bloated abilities that are kind of like taking up extra space, you know? I feel you, Alex. Thanks, man. Use more rot damage along with bigger health pools. Yeah, let me look at the dungeon journal for abilities and stuff. First raid is called the Dream Rift, at least from the order. Chimeras unleashes a roar, inflicting damage to all players and causing manifestations to emerge. So it's 100k damage to all players on heroic. So that would, well, I'm level 80, so that would one-shot me. Like a mythic mechanics too. Manifestation shrouds itself in energy, absorbing damage. Upon removal, it breaks into reality. Players standing within the pool of damage suffer, you know, damage. Don't stand in bad. Manifestation does a roar, and it increases the damage done over time. Series of strikes the current target, so it's like a big tank buster. Let's look at what is dealing lots of raid damage. All right, tank soak that you have to split. You have to soak it in order like to kill mobs and kill monsters and stuff. Let's see. You have a minute-long dot. Upon removal, the boss will lunge towards the target, causes damage within 10 yards for 85k every second for 6, knocks them back. Globs of phlegm at all players, inflicting damage every 1.5 seconds for 6. So basically just like big chunky dots. Seems pretty straightforward. A lot of like prio healing required. You dispel a player. It's like a huge prio healing fight, honestly. You dispel players from a magic dot and then they get a bleed on them. That's pretty brutal. That's pretty brutal. Light blinded Vanguard. Ooh. Prez gets 7 talents modifying Dream Breath for 300% modified hot and 725% for the upfront. And it only includes talents directly modifying it. Grace Period, Echo, Exil, Burst, Consume Flame go on top of that. So the total will be around 500% for the hot, 1,000% for upfront. Yeah. And that's one thing I'd like for them to keep on like pushing down on, and not having like huge swings between your healing. I didn't Hawk. Yeah. 4x DB stasis. Holy shit. I mean, that's my hope, is that there's less like crazy insane peaks and valleys. Like some specs are going to have them like Disc, you know, maybe still Prez, but a lot of like healing, especially in Manaforge Omega, was like stack your raid healer cooldowns on top of each other and then hope for the best, you know? Playing golf levels. Well, I guess they don't have to worry about losing out on all their burst. They just got to aim it. Priest class tree got better. I think they got rid of a lot of bloat on the Holy and Disc spec trees. Yeah, I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan. Let's see. Several players get execution sentence, inflicts holy damage, evenly split between the players in the impact area. Let's see. Sacred Toll, just raid-wide damage. Divine Storm, hits players within a certain radius. Where's the big raid damage? There's an Aura of Devotion. All damage taken by allies within 40 yards. And when it's removed, she consecrates her location. Oh, lovely. impact. Oh, at least it doesn't. Okay, so Avenger's Shield will cleave, but it actually won't silence, so that's good. Imagine if you just got your tank silenced all the time. Oh my god. Marks their current target for judgment, inflicts damage, increasing damage taken. Yeah, buff to 75% for real. What's this boss? Oh my god, look at this. Look at this. This bulbous dude. Yeah, it's like you fight light-blinded paladins, basically. Yeah. Cause all enemies within 20 yards to take 100% increased shadow damage. Reduces the movement speed of all enemies, so you have to dispel this. Void goo left behind by an exploding creep inflicts damage to an enemy every second. Shards of crystal blast the nearest targets, inflicting shadow damage in every second for 15 seconds, so longer dots. Heal absorbs, going up onto the colossal throws. Some pulsing damage. I'm kind of curious if there's going to be like long, like what I want to look for in the dungeon journal is how many times there's like really long raid damage events. Yeah. I started playing WoW in Firelands and started streaming around when Warlords of Draenor came out. When Legion came out, that's when I started writing guides for Wowhead. Was that like 8-9 years ago, something like that? Yeah, long time, man. Oh, long time, dude. Vital HP by 10, so we won't end up having 100k by the time we hit 90 again. We have 100k at level 80 right now. So we're probably going to balloon up quite a bit. Oh, I had no idea what I was doing in Firelands. The guild I was in at the time knew I had no idea what I was doing in Raid. And they're like, yeah, you can come along. We need to... And it was like after Firelands was no longer current content. It was like, you know, during Dragon Soul, they allowed me to go raid with them in Firelands because they still needed to get people to unlock their staffs, their legendaries. Switch will feel like a start at CW. I think it'll be even less than that. I think it'll be more Dragonflighty. Okay, we have Solidar again. After turning on Xalatath, the Fallen King has made a lab rat for the very Shadow Guard that he once commanded. Tortured, delirious, and overinfused with the void, he awaits his death or a chance to win his people's freedom from Xalatath's grasp. If the void reaches Solidar, he performs an infusion. Oh, I do? Looks like the mods got him. Ban. There we go. Yeah, like muted him and gave him like a muted rank. I didn't even know that was a thing. Huh. Oh, we got him. Yeah, Dragon Soul was a spine fight. Yep, that was the spine fight. Let's see. Big magic damage. He asserts his authority over several players, inflicting cosmic damage to players in 5 yards of afflicted players for 6. When the aura is removed, he shrouds the wearer in darkness. which absorbs healing and creates a pool of residue. If the target standing in residue, they create a burst of quintessence. And it lobs several missiles at the ground, inflicting damage to players within 8 yards and leaving more residue. So it's just like more void zones if they're standing in a bad spot. Probably some area, like some arena, that'll just do a bunch of... that'll create a bunch of pools. Salvador's bindings loosen and release a bolt of darkness that jumps between all players. So that's going to be pretty sustained damage then if it keeps on bouncing. Yeah. Does Divine Toll proc it? Casting Prism, Barrier of Faith, or Toll cause your next 6 spending abilities to apply Dawn Light on your target. Yeah. Well, it's not like I don't have any buttons. Some of these things... Defensives, Health Pot, Health Stone. I don't have a DPS pot. Hawk, thank you for the 78 months in the tier 2, my dude. Appreciate you. I don't even really need the beacon there. TBH. Consecrate did get removed. Let me double check this, actually. Pretty sure it did. Yeah, I guess your judgment just makes a consecrate. I like that. Tears is gone. God bless. Tears is gone. Thank goodness. Consecrate's gone. Hammer of Wrath gets rolled into your judgment. Like, I don't know. I'm fine with all of that stuff getting removed. I'm on board. Lacey, thank you for the 7 months. That works for me, you know? That works for me. Tears is still in? Let me see. Oh my god, they just moved it. Oh, it's like a choice node with Hand of Divinity. Ah. Shit. Yeah, you see, Life Bloom will make an F-Flow and keep on placing an F-Flow down every time it ticks. Oh, it is a passive. You're right. Yeah. That's actually really sick then. You hit wings and then it automatically does it. See, that's a good way to do it because most of the time you would just use Tears with it anyway, right? Like, I don't know how people could be like, oh my god, this takes out the skill. It's like you would just use those buttons together anyway. Like, that's the bloat. That's the bloat that they got rid of. We'll see what healer damage looks like later on. We're not like max level and seeing what's going on. I think healer damage being not great is actually a good thing for the game, though. If you want to deal damage, there's a role for that. There's a role for that. Yeah, I hope that Shaman gets a couple things back. I know you mentioned Cloudburst soon. Is there anything else you really want to have back? You think your tank should do damage? That I agree with. That I do agree with. I think that would get a lot of people to play tanks as well, if they just did a bunch of damage. I'm definitely on board with that. Yeah. %20 of DPS is damage if we want to, though. I think he's that's a concern. That's why something like Vengeance would have to work, you know? I take a Shaman's been super basic for 5 years, but having maybe a single buff to track might be okay. That's true. I mean, that's the thing is, you don't even need to know the amount of healing in your Cloudburst. You just need to know when it's going to expire, right? Nah, Priest doesn't have an interrupt Beyonce. Yeah. No, I have to quest Craig to do dungeons. Looks like not enough buttons. Well, I will caveat that with I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 buttons bound into click casting. So they're not on the bars themselves. They are here. So I have 12 buttons there. And I have 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 buttons. I think I'm fine with that. That looks fine to me. Right, yeah, that looks fine to me. Like I said, 12 buttons are in here. They're bound into healing my raid frames. How you doing, dude, Rave? I'm okay with that. The stuff that they removed, anything less than 40 doesn't allow for skill expression. Yeah. I can show you Shaman. I can't do dungeons unless I do like a whole bunch of quests. Like you have to like level up in order to be able to like do dungeons, even follower dungeons. What was next at Judgment? Light of Dawn or Divine Toll? I like how H-Bally's looking. I'm a big fan. So I'll show you again. Shaman. I've got Riptide, Heal Wave, my Dispel, Chain Heal, Earth Shield. Got a couple buttons there. So I got like 5 buttons there. And I got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I'll share those as 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Like, I don't know. To me, like, it's not like Shaman had a lot of buttons before for healing, but it had a lot of buttons for its utility. And then people talked about how they liked how much the utility mattered, and that still exists, you know? I do agree they could bring back like Unleash or Cloudburst. I'm down. Trust me. Healing Wave Riptide, yeah. Doesn't remove some level of skill expression if healing damage is completely irrelevant, but it's not completely irrelevant for high-end groups, Aaron. Healer damage on live right now in Season 3 is not irrelevant. It's not high, but it's not irrelevant. Yeah. Should only be Healing Wave, lesser healing. You need to be spending your mana on totem twisting. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Probably still have a lot of modifiers for shock. Let's see. Imagine healers were able to heal and we're just DPS with faster Qs. Oh, weren't DPS with faster Qs. Yeah. Holy shock. Let's see. Flat increase to healing. Procs and infusion. This just gives it charges. This increases its healing. So, like, what increases its healing? Let's just do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's cooldown reduction. I guess that lets you cast it more, so we'll call that 7. This can increase the healing they receive from Holy Shocks. That could be 8. This gives you more cast and increases its healing, so that's 9. That's cooldown reduction. That's multiple casts. So it's like 9 or 10 abilities or talents will increase Holy Shock output. What about Word of Glory? One. I kind of like procs extra stuff. That procs extra damage. Oh, that's kind of cool. Word of Glory and Light of Dawn have a chance equal to your haste to convert 20% of their healing into damage. That's really cool. Oh, granting an absorb shield for 10% of their healing. That's pretty cool. Judgment, crit strikes, empower your Word of Glory to automatically add it light at dawn. So it's like 3 or 4. Hammer of Wrath is now a passive, and when you have wings up, your Judgment becomes Hammer of Wrath. Yeah. You don't have to do mouse over macros, but if you choose the ability for everything to be a mouse over macro, then every ability is a mouse over macro, including like some damage abilities that you may not want, you know? Yeah, Apex talents are always the same. So Paladin has one where they apply a beacon every 30 seconds to the lowest health ally, and their next direct healing spell on others also heals that ally for half the amount. It transfers to the lowest health ally within 30 yards if it heals a target past max HP. Beacon of the Savior transfers an additional 20% of the amount healed. And then every 5 seconds when the new beacon transfers to a new target, they are immediately granted an absorb shield. Prevents 10k damage and reduces damage taken by 10%. So it's a really small shield, but it can be pretty powerful because if it like procs on somebody before a damage event, then it'll be the damage reduction for that big damage event, you know? Hammer of Wrath should proc stuff that Judgment does, because they're like, it's like an empowered form of the ability, BP. Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's what I say my buddy Clutch. He was like the lowest health target before a big damage hit on Nexus King. In Raid last week. Maybe it would have saved him. Yeah, so I have like 100k HP at level 80, so this is like a 10k shield. So it's a small shield. But if it procs before a major damage event, it could be, you know, it still will have the damage reduction applied to that one huge hit, you know? But like overall, it's not going to be insane. It's just like niche, helpful, useful kind of thing. It's mainly that you have a little bit of smart healing tied into your spec. Like you just will focus on healing the lowest HP person more frequently, or less. Yeah, it could buy you some time, could potentially be life-saving. Word of Glory and Light of Dawn grant allies an absorb shield equal to 10% of their healing, so that's even more effective as well. Right, exactly. It's not bad at all, but it's not like, oh my god, it's crazy. You're just constantly giving insane, you know, DR, right? They made us a Light of Dawn explodes out from you. Look at this. Boom. You're just farting it out. See? Boom. Exactly, Ghost. In between Judgment and Light of Dawn is where Consecrate used to go. So your Judgment just automatically makes it Consecrate now. Simple as. Where is that training dummy? I'm sure it's around here somewhere. Eat. So when you Judgment, it just makes the Consecrates. Yeah, dude, Silver Moon looks so good, dude. I know. Yeah, so Avenging Crusader still exists. Crusader Strike and Judgment cooldown 30% faster and heal 5 allies for 260% of the damage done, split evenly. Yep. Yeah, Flying in Silver Moon, so good. The city looks so good. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's no more Blessing of Seasons either. Yep. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. It's a good day. It's a really good day. Feel like a new game almost? Yeah, pretty much. I guess Divergent? I don't know what your question is. Dungeons are not up on alpha unless you like do a bunch of leveling. Basically, you have to like level before you can do dungeons. So far I'm really excited about like both the priest changes. Disc is definitely not a final product, but it's like heading in the right direction with what they're working on. Yeah, Holy Pally still a melee healer. I mean, there's always gonna be a healer meta, Divergent. Yeah, there's always gonna be a healer meta. You went too far with Shaman? Yeah, I think that they're kind of missing like a buff to track or an extra ability or something. They could have another little wrinkle of complexity added into it, and that would be fine. Disc has an ability called Evangelism right now, and it makes your Radiance have no cooldown, but it doesn't extend the duration of your atonements. So a lot of the atonements that you would apply during that 10-second window would just fall off when the window ends. So it's like, I get what they're going for. The ability just needs some tweaking. They need some cooking. Yeah. But like, again, it's alpha. Like, I expect changes. At least they've put out like what their intention is going to be. And so like, that's just going to make life easier, you know? If you know what they're going for, their first take may not fully get it there, but at least you have an idea of what's going down.
I don't have a target. I need to find it.
Why don't I have Word of Glory? Thought I did. There we go. There we go. Was it open to change? We're gonna have another Shadowlands Alpha? No, I think they're open to change, man. Because, like, a lot of the difference between, like, this and, like, Shadowlands Alpha was, like, they had a systemic thing in mind, and they're like, people want this meaningful choice, and, like, this is where we're going, and blah, 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 you know? But they've already showed with the UI stuff that they're willing to change, and they're willing to, like, make adjustments if they over prune with the UI. So we'll have to see. Like, we're literally at the very beginning of, like, how far are they going to go with changes. The next, like, week or two is probably going to have a lot of big news. When it comes to like class changes, oh yeah, like they're constantly changing stuff they'll probably be constantly changing stuff for the next like 2 or 3 months. There'll be new updates and new changes and like all kinds of stuff going down, you know? But yeah, it looks like from the UI perspective, they're starting nuclear and then they're going to tone it down. So I'm going to work on a UI video today about healers, and we'll talk about what healers need. Nope, no NDA. No NDA. So, I was kind of thinking about playing a DPS on Remix. I was kind of thinking about a Demon Hunter. But I've never played a Demon Hunter before. So, maybe it'd be cool. Maybe it might not be cool. I don't know. It's kind of cool. You can just sit over the plebs. It's a auto pouring wine. Oh, that's cool. I know, might be playing a little bit of damage dealer. I have like a short laundry list of Legion mogs to pick up. Yeah, you can still press slide it on. There you go. Go boop. Just fart it out. Yeah, I moved. Boop. There is a little bit of adjustment with the nameplates. you can kind of change them around some more. I kind of like the block personally. Like that it shows the health percentage, but you can also show the health value, the rarity. When somebody is casting, you can see the highlight. You can see the important casts. You can see the target, the icon, the spell name. What simplify nameplates? I don't know. They said they're going to make some changes to the raid frames, Ice. So we were taking notes today. In its current form, not good, but we have a lot of notes I'm going to use for a video. If they make good changes, we'll be cooking. Controls whether the nameplates of certain types of units are displayed in more simple and streamlined ways. Units that belong to a player, like pets, totems, and guardians. Units that are weaker than normal. Players that belong to the same faction. NPCs that belong to the same faction. Oh, there you go. So, like, it'll make the NPCs just not up in your face. That's good. Actually, somebody had asked me about that yesterday. Oh, it's like the friendly player here on the left. I'm sure it's actually visible here. Friendly player. It's kind of neat. Yeah, so you don't want to see it for like minions or something like that. You can turn off the friendly nameplates, yeah. You could just straight up turn them off if you don't want to see them. See? They're gone. Yeah. Shout out Spoon. W Spoon. I like that. That's a good shift. That's a good change. Was always an option. People are. I never knew this because I never used those nameplates, for one thing. But people are learning all kinds of stuff about the UI. I think we're winning, Griffin. How's it going, man? Yeah, I think so. Story NPC article. I'm cackling over Leandrin's ponytail being bugged because of the physics. Oh, nice. Is it like sticking out? It's like a point Stalsy. Yeah, standing straight up. Yeah, yeah. We saw that with maces all the time. When people submitted like transmogs. Oh, this is cool. You can see the mob buffs, their personal debuffs, shared crowd control, temporary crowd control you and your allies have applied. Show enemy buffs, personal debuffs, or the temporary negative effects you've applied. So enemy NPCs and enemy players have different options there. That's pretty sick. Yo, Acid, thank you so much for the raid. Yo, welcome in, welcome in. Debuff padding, the vertical space between debuffs and the health bar. Oh, you can see the big debuffs that are on players too. I don't know. Oh, it does space it out. So it's like up here at the top, or it's there at the bottom. Yep. Hey, I appreciate it, Acid. We're checking out some of the UI changes right now. Hope you had a good stream. I think we're heading in like the right direction, Trench. If they can like fix up a lot of the healing frames, I think we're gonna be cooking, you know. You just gotta get an invite, Dan, and you can get it on alpha. I haven't even like pre-ordered Midnight yet. Yep. I haven't even done it yet. But yeah, we're going over like the simplified like nameplates. So when you can see like friendly players, you can see all their stuff. Yep, it's Midnight Alpha. Or you can shrink it down. Yeah, in its current form, Cell is dead. Yep. But Blizzard already said they're going to be fixing up. They're going to be fixing up their personal raid frames or like their regular raid frames. So we don't know exactly what they're going to do. So what I was doing earlier today was I was building a whole bunch of notes for a video. A whole bunch of notes for a video for what they need to change for the raid frames. All that stuff. Yeah, so like no voodoo, no cell, all that kind of stuff. At least, at the moment. But there's like a lot happening all at once. Like the Deadly Boss Mods guy is already out there advocating for, like right now, make sure you're bringing back a lot of these things. A lot of like these tools, a lot of these functionalities, so that we can at least see what the base UI brings. And right now we can't. It's like Cell would just be like worse than default UI if those changes went live, right? I don't know if they're going to be able to get everything, Ice, but I really hope so. I really, really hope so. But if ever there was a time to like give all the feedback and everything, it's like right now, It's right now. Because it seems like this is where Blizzard is able to give that feedback, I don't know, Esmer. Yo, have a good one, Acid. Take it easy. Yep, that's right. Time to speak now. Yeah, they mentioned something specifically about that, Jadfer, about being able to see interrupt trackers. When it comes to seeing incoming casts, it's interesting because you can see with these nameplates, you can turn it on. So when an enemy's casting on you, you can see the name of the spell. You can see the spell target. You can have the icon. You can highlight important casts. And it's like one thing I don't understand is like, why can't healers see this on their raid frames? You can see it on the nameplate, but why can't you see it on the raid frames? I had a bigger water bottle, but it didn't fit in my cup holder in my car. So I got a smaller one. Yep. Just get a bigger car. Make sure you guys sub with Twitch Prime. Make sure you guys sub with Twitch Prime. Hell yeah, Pill. Thank you for the tier 1. Let's go. Gaming. Yeah, it seems like they want to be able to communicate the interrupts. And what they have on Fellowship, which is like a WoW M+ game, is you can see on the nameplate, it'll be right in that shared CC box. You can see when somebody sets a mob to a focus, and then you can see their interrupt off of the frame there. If they did something similar, that would help a lot. Yeah. Can you set the cast target name to be a class color? I wish. That would own. You could just say what the target is. But if you could color code that, that'd be insane. Yeah. And I say... Oh, is it class color by default? Okay. It seems like they are stealing details, but they haven't shown us what that's supposed to be yet. They haven't shown us what that's supposed to be yet. It's a little strange. So they said it was going to happen, but then they haven't like shown us what it's going to look like. I don't know. It's one of those things, So it's gone to midnight, at least in its current form. Options for highlighting interruptible important mobs themselves like a plater. Yeah, so right here, you can see this will be the default nameplate. And then you can show the spell name. You can highlight an important cast. You can highlight when you're targeted by an enemy. And you can add all that stuff together, and you can show the spell target name and the spell icon if you want all of it. Yeah, they have their damage meters in AWC. They have it right now. I just imagine it's not in this build at the moment. That seems to be the issue right now. Is it's just like not in the build. Yeah. Can you move the name of the target? I don't think there's any option for it. You can move like the debuff padding. She moves in our world. Show the temporary crowd control your allies have applied. You can like change the padding of it so it's like higher right there. Right? So they haven't outlined their plans for a raid frame. So that's what we did today, Trench, is they have a few things that we saw today. In this Q&A, I'll find a quote. Let's see. They said they want the look, the feel, and the size and the overall presentation of raid frames to remain the same. There just won't be a certain functionality based on whether you happen to have a certain debuff or not, but all the rest should still be available, right? So it seems like you're allowed to adjust the appearance of buffs and debuffs as a whole. So like all your debuffs could look bigger, smaller, pink, or whatever. All your buffs could look like whatever, but it's only together. You can't like highlight for targeted spells. You can't highlight a priority debuff to like personal heal that person, at least at the moment. No highlight for tank and personal externals. You could change the color texture of the raid frames. I don't know about the font. You can size and rescale stuff together, but you can't really like individually track customized stuff in one spot. You can't like put a tomen off to one side or change the color of your raid frames if you have a tomen on them. You can't have like gradient health bars where they change the color based on missing HP. You can't see the overshield value if somebody's full HP, but you can see the shield value if they're missing health. So that's why we have all these notes, because I'm going to like whip up a video talking about the current problems with the UI. And they said they're doing stuff, right? We'll see how much customization they have. We'll see how much they have. And then we'll kind of go from there, you know? Look, feel the two main reasons I feel people use add-ons. Yeah, so like hopefully they have like a bunch of different options. Hopefully. Options for aggro? Yeah. Progressive? Looks like. So they removed a lot of HOTS for Resto. They removed things like Cultivation, Spring Blossoms. There's only one Life Bloom. They removed a bunch of that stuff, and they specifically called out Druid in their example that they want to make sure it looks like better and stuff. Yeah. The other one is a Flash for aggro. So it looks like not right now. Denarian. It looks like Cell, Voodoo, all that stuff is not going to work in its current form. We were watching a bunch of videos today. The DBM developer, Mystical, he talks about how they basically, the TLDR for the add-ons is that you could still have an add-on, but it would just be worse than default UI. That's kind of like the current state of the game. And he kind of makes the argument like you should at least be able to see the stuff that default UI shows you and then adjust them, you know? Exactly, Trench. Like, yeah, you can see the incoming cast on a player, but then you can't see it on your raid frames, but you could see it on the nameplate. It's like you can't adjust those things. But like not being able to see like a defensive usage, for example, you can't see how large your shields are, and that affects your decision making quite a bit as well. They said they're going to make some kind of version of Omni CD, but like they didn't really specify stuff like that. So it's like, we'll see. It's a really, really big we'll see. And that's a lot of like what the issue is at the moment is like we just don't exactly know where they're going to be bringing them. You know? So if they made stuff that was going to like just yoink the effects from regular add-ons, cool, we're cooking. If they don't do that kind of stuff, we got a problem. Got a big problem. They said they removed the HOTS because they didn't want to update default frames. Well, a lot of those HOTS were like Spring Blossoms, Cultivation were just kind of worthless. Like they were just like mastery stackers. And so it was kind of like removing bloat. That's a lot of what they did. That's a lot of what they did. Yeah, I wish they would just hire the sell guy, hire Lux, yeah. And like, you should really be able to resort your HOTS at the very least, because the cooldown manager here, you can reposition your buttons. Let me turn it on real fast. Yeah. Like, I can sit there and drag Bop from the lower list to the top list, and I can rearrange it in order and everything like that. I can even completely remove it and just not display Blessing of Protection at all, right? So why can't you do the exact same thing when it comes to your HOTS, you know? The white list, the black list, whatever it is, you know? A lot of stuff to make the add-on implementation easier, but I'm afraid they have bitten off more than they could chew. Yeah, if this happened, like, I don't know, in Liberation of Undermine, and they said it was coming in midnight kind of thing, we're like, oh, we have like a lot of time to get it done. So at the very least, if they don't get it done on launch, I'm hoping that they like really communicate, hey, here's our timeline for when we're making adjustments or something like that. Yeah. Hardest thing on new specs, figuring out which buffs are just noise. Yeah. So like, I think they've done a lot of like good pruning in that regard. There's a lot less like bloat, and it's like, okay, everything that you're casting has relevance, has meaning. There's like a focus. There's like a reason for it. Let's go. Right. And it just makes sense. And it just like straight makes sense. Use an ability so it goes on CD to see that effect. Oh, yeah. So it'll show the duration. It'll show those. Should be a timeline. Should be improving every week. So they want to kill add-ons. Yeah, I mean, should. A lot of things in life should happen. Yep. It's weird because like Blizzard can do a lot if there's enough fire under them, you know? Dungeon raid timeline display? Yeah, it's right here. How do I turn it on here? Enable encounter timeline. There you go. Fucking Kenfer. First thing you say to me today, huh? Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Let me see if I can find that VOD. Let me see if I can find that VOD. I have a little bit of footage from healing in a raid. I have a little bit. There you go. So you can see the frames will highlight when there's a negative debuff and it changes like the color. See where it just kind of changes the color. You can see the debuffs are in the bottom left. My atonement buff's in the bottom right. The check mark takes forever to go away because the ready check. Oh shit, hang on. Guys, it's right there. I know, Wolfie. Here you go. Bottom right is atonement. Bottom left has debuffs. You kind of see people have like a light or a dark buff, but oh my god, it's so hard to see with these raid frames. It's like really, really bad. So again, to reiterate, they already said they're going to be changing stuff around. But we don't exactly know to what extent. Don't exactly know to what extent. Yeah, there's so much, Trench. There's so much. Right, the amount of like precision required just gets like way, way higher. And even just like stuff moved. Literally just stuff moved. And it's different than what you usually might expect. Like here I can see the shield, but if Wet Sweater was full HP, I would just see a little sidebar that would show that a shield is present, but I don't know how much of a shield is present. Like, see how he's almost full HP? So he's full HP. That's what it looks like for a shield. I don't know how much the shield is. It's just that there is a shield. Yeah, Toman buff's tiny, difficult to see. I can see Divine Aegis shields. I'll see them briefly. Yeah, look at this. I can see Divine Aegis as a shield. That's not even really a relevant buff to track. Like, I would just take it off the bars because, like, that doesn't inform any decision making because usually Divine Aegis is like a very small shield. You know, it's like small amounts that get absorbed very quickly. So, like, who cares? You know? Yeah. And so you can't blacklist them at the moment. Again, so they have not done any changes at the moment on alpha to raid frames. They're just the exact same as what we have on live. The interview that we looked at today, they said, yo, we're going to work on it. And then gave no, like, minimal specifics. Their exact words were the look, the feel, the size, and the overall presentation will be there. There won't be certain functionality based on whether you happen to have a certain debuff or not. So, you know, pinging somebody to tell them, hey, PI me isn't going to happen. Highlighting a raid frame when they have, what was it? Like highlighting a raid frame when they have a priority debuff that needs a lot of healing. That's not going to happen, you know? But that's the thing. That it's going to be more cognitive load to find that debuff that needs a lot of healing when it's harder to see on your screen. Yo, glad to hear it, Druid. Please, someone at Blizzard beat the dev over the head with a plush that thinks leather-looking armor should be a male tier set.
About the Deaf Guild who isn't sure about raiding anymore, since, maybe, WAI gone for good now.
Yeah, I saw that, Bell. Thank you for the 4 months. Yep. Posted stamp buff icons are garbage. Yep. But at the moment, they change a long time. Nothing at Blizzard. I think something is coming next month. There should be. Yeah, there should be. 100%. Yeah, it was pretty cool, Ashton. Only got to play a little bit because we kept like chain DCing as well. We were just hardcore chain DCing. Yeah. Oh, Rogue Tears, it looks like a questing set. I'm not worried about the I'm not worried about the priest one. The priest one owns. Priest one's real good. Deaf Guy's gonna be able to raid with the new integrated boss mods. Yeah, I think a part of it is like the communication between people. That'll be the issue. Yeah. Priority debuffs and hots like Atonement Life Bloom absolutely should not be required to use add-ons like that. Yeah. So that's on my list. On my list so far that I'm gonna put in the video is information the UI already makes available, should be available for add-ons to adjust the appearance. Changing your font, your type, your size, changing the anchors, where you are having your buffs, where you're having your debuffs, things like that. Conditionals for specific buffs, like changing an entire frame color for HP values, which is like gradient healing, should exist. I think it should be an option for buffs like Atonement, and it should be better coloring the frame for dispellable debuffs. This is currently not on their list, but I think it should be on their list. You should be able to see Overshield. So yeah, maybe it overlaps the health bar. Maybe you can put it above the health bar. I personally like it above the health bar. You should custom sort raid frames, because it looks like at the moment, and I'm going to double check. It looks like with the raid frames, I think it's in the edit mode. Yeah. The raid frames, you can combine the groups, or you sort by role. You can't do both. You can't like have everybody in the same group and then sort those people in that group. It's just, oh, they're in that group, and that's the order that they're in. Yay. You know, I would love for that to happen. Yeah, you can literally just have it alphabetical. Like, why the hell is that there? Yeah. Crazy shit. I'd like to be able to preview the UI for raid frames while customizing the way that Cell has it, you know? I mean, it doesn't seem like they're going to allow grading at the moment, Mirren, but they should adjust what they're going to allow. So if I missed anything, I have a need list and I have a want list. I'd like to ignore certain DPS on frames. Hi, Mirren. I'd like to have targeted spells on players. I think logically it makes sense. If I can see it on the nameplate, why can't I just plug it into the frame? That literally just reduces cognitive load. I'd love to have some frame glow, especially for priority debuffs or even PIs or externals or something. I don't expect this whole list to happen, right? This is kind of a general thing for ready checking, querying your buffs. And then some like a wide variety of background and border styles. So yeah, the Blizz UI can set up the sorting by role generic, but if they did it by role, then it would not do it by group. So what Cell can do is you can have everybody in group 4, take those people in group 4 and sort it tank, healer, damage dealer, or whatever it is you want. But WoW can only do one or the other. It's really goofy. It's really, really goofy. Yeah. Update him should have been a priority. Should have. Yeah, 100%. 100%. So they said they're working on it. They gave minimal specifics. So that's why I'm going to make the laundry list video, right? Yeah. You set a local sort variable for each character so you can move them whenever you want. Yeah, I mean, different profiles. Yeah, profile management. Profile management. That's a simple one. Yeah. And so a lot of people didn't know when I brought it up the other day. A lot of people didn't know that click casting exists in WoW right now. And it's existed for a while. But it also sucks, okay? So I can set my mouse button 5 to cast Eternal Flame. I can set left click to cast Eternal Flame. But I can't do scroll wheel. I can do middle mouse, right? See, there you go. But I can't set your scroll wheel to it. Other buttons past mouse 4 and mouse 5, like your Razor Naga ones, you cannot set here, okay? But you can click on this mouse overcast thing, and it reads, when enabled, mousing over a unit frame and casting a spell using a keyboard hotkey will cast it directly on that unit without having to target it, which is a poor solution, exactly, Sniff, because then that sets every ability to be a mouse overcast. So you might see this, and you might say, my Eternal Flame is mouse button 12 with my Naga. Now I can put it on my bar, and I can mouse button 12 somebody, but this mouse overcast will make my judgment a mouse overcast. And so if I'm just targeting a dude and I'm expecting to judgment them, but I have my mouse off to the side, it could judgment this guy over here, and I didn't intend to, right? So your solution is to make individual mouse over macros and all this other bullshit. So like, yes, it's possible to work around it, but it's rigid and it shouldn't require all this shit. Yeah. Because now we're going backwards. We're just straight up going backwards, right? Yeah. And so, like, yeah, it might be fine for you, C Army. You already have all your mouse over macros. That's cool. But if the whole freaking point of this is to make it so that new players can kind of get back into like playing this game or return to playing this game and then have an easy time understanding what's going on, there needs to be some improvements. You know, there just straight up needs to be some improvements. Yeah, exactly, Don. So, yep. Yeah, and that way you don't have to make it for every single tune. So what they have in a game called Fellowship, which is a standalone M+ game, it's going to be coming out in like 2 weeks, is when you set a keybind, you like click on the frame, and then there's a checkbox for every single slot on your action bars. And so you just say, yeah, do I want this keybind to be a mouse over? Yes, no. That's it. Like, okay, you set up your keybind for Judgment, and you say, do I want it a mouse over cast? Yes or no? And you select it there, and it's done. You know? Yeah. Yep. Well, Fellowship, I'm just saying. You gotta give him credit where it's due. Gotta give him credit where it's due. I haven't been sponsored by any of that, all right? I've had zero word on any sort of sponsor stuff. I'm just doing it for the love of the game. So yeah, mouse overs will still work. It's just, it's tedious to set up those things. If you're an experienced player, yeah, you'll do it, you'll be fine. But if a lot of this entire point was to make the combat accessible for the game long term, then like, what are we doing? You just like, you take away one thing and then you make people do another thing. And like, yay. So, yep. You're right. They don't have click casting yet, Don. Not yet. Hopefully they add it, though. Hopefully. I am not 100% sure, Goylin. But if it is Dedge, then the Blizzard click casting stuff needs a desperate update. So I'm just going to assume everything is fucked when I make a video, and we'll see what happens, right? So, nah, H-Pally's not that pruned. I have a lot of abilities that are bound into my click casting here. So I have like a dozen abilities here that are all on these frames that are not on my action bars. Like I could probably prune this down to 2 bars if I wanted to. I just don't need to right now. Yeah, I was talking to Thune about it earlier, Firebender. And he was saying he definitely wants at least like 1 buff to be tracking. I like the pruning for priests. Disc has some like fuckery going on with it, but it's heading in the right direction. Like the written intentions are good, you know? I think Holy Light's pretty expensive. Yeah, it's look at that chunk. Look at that chunk. That's a heavy chunk. Flash shield's like nothing. That's crazy. Yeah, I'll put up chat again. No release date. It's assumed like February or March. Yeah. I don't know, Telex. Yep. Just like in Legion. Yeah, buddy. I think the pruning for Holy Priest is really good, Kenver. I'm really happy with it. I think my beef with Holy at the moment is they put a lot of power in the Apex talent into Cosmic Ripple, and I hope it's not too much. I just want my direct heals actually to do like lots and lots of healing, you know? So if you're playing like Holy Priest, or are you talking about Holy Pally? As Holy Pally, you know, you're going to track your infusion buffs. I'm good on that one. I'm good on that one. Hang on. Let me get rid of this keybind. There we go. Yeah, you track like your infusions, you track wings. Whenever you Divine Toll, you get your Dawn Light buffs, and you can distribute those. You have Divine Purpose to track. I don't know. I think Pally still has plenty of things to track and juggle between. Oh yeah, when you Aura Mastery, you also cast Divine Toll. That one's kind of cool. That one's kind of cool. Holy Priest. Let me see if I can log into it. That always helps my memory a lot more. Can't you track infusion? Oh, it didn't even let me log out. Hang on. Let's try this again. Let me relog. Yeah, it'll go into next week, Mal. It'll go into next week. Let's log in. $226. Is that a Monday? Because it should be like a Monday, right? How did they do early access last time? Oh, it was like a Thursday. Yeah, maybe it would be that. I could see that. Okay. You don't really need to track Divine Image, but I'm pretty sure it will pop up on the tracker. I gotta redo my keybinds here. Let me go redo them. There you go. Yeah, you can see Divine Image. You see your Apotheosis tracker there. You can see your Benediction gets upgraded right there. So that's the extra proc when your Flash Heal gets upgraded. Is that just constantly Benediction? Oh, wait, is it really? During Apotheosis, Flash Heal is always upgraded to Benediction. Oh, that's right, that's right. What else procs it? Prayer of Mending Healing as a chance. Okay. So you have a couple things. Rose more buttons on middle mouse than I have on my whole mouse. Yeah. I mean, I had some wild binds. Prez got Spirit Bloom rolled into the Apex talent, basically, Katooks. It's like a guarantee after you Dream Breath that your reversion's going to proc a Spirit Bloom. And then it's like a random chance after that. So there's some good stuff for it. So I think it'll make, like, all these changes will make it easier for somebody to get into playing the game and stuff, Celiat. But a lot of people will be like, oh my god, this like takes the skill out of the game, and like anybody can be like a Hall of Fame raider or whatever it is. And I just think that's like so far from the truth. You still got to do the encounters. But that also goes to show that like a lot of people just like valued your ability to press buttons as you being skilled. And that's not the whole story. You know? That's not the whole story. At the moment, it looks like Cell is going to be RIP. It's just going to be like a worse version of default. At the moment. So, they kick you out. It's like Dalaran. Yeah, if you're Alliance and you go over the Horde area in Silver Moon, they just kick you out. Daza, thank you for the 3 months. So. Good player, you need the perfect amount of flame to give healers so they get the message, but don't quit from depression either. Yeah. Oh my goodness. So basically, the TLDR is that all these like combat add-ons like Cell or Weak Auras or whatever are just going to be made worse than default UI at the moment. A lot of like add-on developers are already advocating them at least be on par with the default UI. I'm going to make a video talking about like how they can make the raid frames better, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to see if I could even find the scar, you know? But this place looks insane. It's like, honestly, it's better than Suramar. It's hard to imagine, but it actually is. So. Why is Cell RIP? Because of the changes that they're making. Where is it? There is no access to player information in combat, not cooldowns, buffs, or player's own health. You can't have enemy information either, so you might be able to see health bars going up and down, but then you wouldn't be able to do anything with like the buffs from your healing over time effects because you can't interpret that information and plug it into the add-on and then have the add-on display it. Yeah. So the raid frames at the moment suck. So what we've been doing today, we did it earlier on stream. I sat there, I watched all the videos, all the interviews, all the content that is available at the moment, looked at the restrictions. Okay. Basically, you can adjust the appearance of debuffs as a whole, but you can't like blacklist, whitelist type stuff. You can change the entire frame, but you can't have like gradient raid frames that'll make your health bars change colors or anything like that. You can't do like any of that shit, right? You can individually like track, customize one buff in a specific spot, or you cannot do this, right? You can't have one buff in a specific area or anything along those lines. You can't have shield values unless it's just this person has a shield available. You can't see like the over shield, you know? So you can't like, you need to be able to like change your font type size, change anchors. I think it'd be really good to just like change the entire frame color for health values, change the frame color for a buff like atonement, being able to see overshield, all this kind of stuff. So basically, I'm fine with them making big add-on changes if they're giving us good tools and not setting us super far back. Because if they set us super far back, then like it just makes a worse product. Yeah, I thought this was the scar. I guess it's completely cleared up now. That owns. That owns. Yeah, flying right over it. That's what I thought. I wanted to see if there's any... Yeah, because I remember this. I specifically remember this. This is so cool. Yeah, because this would be like the dugout, right? This was the scar. Yeah. Yeah, if you cast Apotheosis, it shows the buff right there. Yep. Yeah. So, oh yeah, we did that earlier. So here's what the raid frames would look like in combat, guys. Not at the moment, make my day. Not at the moment. Like, I mean, I can make the raid frames bigger, right? But like, look at the size of the raid frame relative to the buffs right now. This is a VOD. Like, I can't do shit, Husky. I don't know what you mean. I'm not saying that these are the ones that we worked on at all, Jordan. What are you talking about? I'm saying this is what's going on at the moment. Huh? Like, why do you need a track for it? Yeah. I literally just said, like, I took all these notes for what they are going to be, that they are going to be making changes, and what I would like for them to change, and telling people where our starting point is. Yeah. So weird. So. You replace one particular CD you want to track to another place? Not at the moment. Not at the moment. Yeah. Yeah, at least Fort Buff disappeared in combat. Yeah. But like, you see, I have... let me see if we can find it. I'm trying to show Divine Shield or Divine Aegis. Right here. I can see Divine Aegis. And it's a really like useless buff. So like, I hope that they allow us to get rid of these kind of things. I really, really do. Yeah. 100%. And I'll make a video about it as well, generic. I'll make a video about it. Yeah, like you could make it 100%. What were the three options we had right now? What are the three options we had right now? You can show health remaining. So you can show the total number, health lost, or health percentage. Yeah. Yeah. Yo, Widowmaker, thank you for the prime. Want to allow minuscule buff management because they won't have a full list abilities to adjust by spell ID. I mean, maybe if they allow like an add-on to add or remove those kind of things, they would have access to that, maybe. Yo, TK, thank you for the new sub. Yeah, you're all good, Husky. Or just like, if you make the entire frame bigger, then it also takes up more of your like screen room, right? But yeah, having like filters, being able to specifically make certain things larger that are more important, being able to remove stuff that's not important is definitely on my list for what I'd like to see them change with the new stuff. Yeah. Damage meter doesn't work at the moment. Walnut, thank you for the new sub and kicking off the hype train. This is still very much like a work in progress. What they're trying to do with evangelism is make that our way to like quickly apply atonements and stuff. But it's kind of like inefficient how they've designed it. So this is kind of just the first iteration. I think what they're going to have it eventually be is going to be like way better. It's just a little weird right now. Yeah. This was like, I think normal, I want to say. I think this is like normal. I have no idea. I don't know what the damage meter does right now because it's like on their list, like the next build, you know, they're going to add it into the game and everything. It's not available on like this one. So we don't exactly know what's happening. Yeah. That would be nice if somebody had a tracker for how many bird bosses that we had. Yeah. This is not a 3-button healing. Disingenuous chatter. Disingenuous chatter. Every hot a separate box. Let add-on place it anywhere you like and any size you like, but I'm able to see any info about what's in the box. Sure. That would be good. That would be good. Like how they all use the same talking point. I know. It's like I'm fighting like a zombie horde, man. There's people that are like, I'm given feedback on like where things stand right now, and they're like, you're dooming, or like, you're acting like this is going to be what goes live. And I'm like, no, I'm just saying what it is right now. Or like, yeah, they pruned stuff that was like dog shit that we didn't even use, or we like used once or twice a fight. And they're like, oh, they made it like so dumbed down and overly simplified. I'm like, oh my God, man. It's like fighting the fucking zombie horde. And I guarantee you, like 9 times out of 10, it's just people who don't even like play WoW, but it's like Doomer season, you know? Yeah. Yeah. No winning. I know, man. I hear rep and base UI. Needs to be better, not easier. God. No one's gonna take my raid spot because they pruned dogshit abilities that didn't do anything, guys. No one's gonna take my spot as the priest in the raid because they got rid of Shadow Covenant, or, you know, Holy Priest doesn't have to cast Renew anymore. Like, you guys are not him. You guys are not him. Oh my goodness. Yeah, like Druid, they clear cut a bunch of like awful hots that did no healing and that you only placed to make your regrowth do real healing. They got rid of those things, buffed up Mastery, and made it do more healing, made regrowth do more healing, and it streamlined it. Like, you're still, the buttons you push that do healing still do healing. They just got rid of these garbage buttons that were like buff modifiers that would set up your healing. I'm with you on the add-on stuff, Edit. Those are two different things. Two different things. I got plenty of odds on, I mean, there isn't really like much gameplay so far. You gotta like do a bunch of questing before you can do dungeons. Yeah. So. Yeah. Like, more often than not, they're like buttons that just weren't doing anything as is. Yeah, it's a little unfortunate that Druids got their Skull Bash ripped. You know, there's exceptions to every rule, certainly. There's exceptions to every rule. They made Shadow Pain a little better, Taylor. Little better, but it's still pretty awful so far. But that's like a tuning thing. I hope that they make it better, though. Skull Bash is gone for Resto Druids. For Resto Druids. Yeah. Yeah. Spells we can donate to Fire Mage. Yeah, like, I've heard there's definitely some exceptions to the rule. You know? But I would say for most of the healers, it's some good clear cutting. Yeah. That's right. Resto Druids get to join the priest and not having a kick. Yep. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Wait, am I in combat? Remove all interrupts from healers, but give priest one. Oh, there we go. Now we're talking. Thanks, Convic. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think it's important to like take a bat to add-ons, but not like nuclear purge everything, because there's a lot of things that the game itself has not shown that make it way better to play the game. And they need to add it to the game first, then nuke the add-ons or something like that. Or they need to let the add-ons show the exact same stuff the base UI does, but better, you know? So. I think the reduction of abilities in like 90% of the cases for healers was just useless stuff that you would only cast under like very niche conditions. And it was really good for them to remove it. It was really good for them to remove it. Yes, there's exceptions to the rule, but in general, yeah, they got rid of a bunch of garbage. And I'm glad they did it. Because it does not feel fun pressing buttons that do no healing just to make your other spells do healing. You know? Like, literally, you know, cultivation or like how Wild Growth was before, or Spring Blossoms just did not feel good to press. And so they should basically be adding more significance to every button press that you're doing. Yeah, so far, like Inner Light, Inner Shadow, kind of shitty, but it's an option, and it's not a mandatory thing, you know? So F-Flow exists, but there's also a talent where you can Life Bloom a target, and F-Flow will follow it around. You wanna see it? You wanna see it? So Renew is gone, so you don't cast it anymore, Kiri, but your Benediction and your Lasting Words will both apply Renew. So you have Renew being very passive, and you don't have to cast the button. Like, that's a great one. The only reason you had to actually cast Renew was because they made an empowered Renew spell recently. But before that, for like almost 10 years straight, you just never cast Renew, or at least you should not have. You know, I spent 8 or 9 years writing guides for Wowhead and telling people to not cast Renew, and then like every new player would do it, you know? But yeah, there's this talent called Life Treading, which replaces Efflorescence and makes it a passive. And Efflo healing is increased by 30%, and it automatically grows beneath your Life Bloom target's feet. So I hit Life Bloom, and it places a Efflorescence. And then if I go for a walk, and the Efflo follows. Pretty good. Pretty damn good. How is that good? Because you have to spend less time placing, or in some cases replacing, an ability that is a buff and is a small healing over time effect. And you can spend more time pushing buttons that'll actually heal other allies. Yeah. So what Efflorescence did on live is it was a small heal, and it put up a very small hot that almost did no healing. And you would still want to have that buff up to make your other spells do more healing. Now you can choose to take a talent point instead of another talent point that does other healing to streamline your gameplay if you want to give up on something else. And so it's a choice that has opportunity costs attached to it, and then also has quality of life attached to it. Yeah. This guy wants to play Classic. Stand and press one button. Link me your logs right now, Gary. Link me your logs right now. Show me your characters. Just show me your character, man. Just show me your character. I live playing this game? Yeah, you're gonna like bitch out. Like totally, you're just gonna bitch out. Right? Yeah, you're just gonna bitch and whine and try to get out of this, okay? Like, I don't know. Do I have to fucking put my cock on the table and everything like that to like show you guys that I'm like, oh man. Let's see. How do I show this? Cutting edge? Can I even see my cutting edges here? I don't know. Oh yeah, here we go. Cutting edge, Gallywix, you know, Anzarek. Goes all the way back to Garrosh Hellstream in 2014. You know, I've gotten every cutting edge for like 10 years, man. And I'm like, wow, like some streamlining in the game, making sure my button presses feel good. I've gotten almost every single 0.1% title except for Dragonflight Season 4. You know? Yeah, I'm chilling, man. And I'm like, wow, they're like doing things that make the game better and more accessible to people, and there's still challenge to it. Kinda owns. Yeah. Brother out here playing Fruit Ninja. This game gives me food. I got this before it gave me food. I got this before it gave me food. I got pizza money in Black Hands Crucible. That was a pretty fun time. Yeah. I don't think I even made full-time money until like, God, maybe Ashara or Jaina. I don't know. I mean, that guy's just disingenuous chatter. Just here to bitch. Yeah, Rogue Days. Joel knows. He's the 1% argument, doesn't have a single opinion. Yeah, just fucking gets his opinions from forums. Shout out Schmearzak wife. He's a nice guy. The channel isn't usually like this. Listen, Schmearzak will have beautiful, beautiful, sweet love and make beautiful, beautiful, sweet love to his wife just to prove that he's straight, okay? I see Donuts. Thanks for the new sub, man. Just give him a chance. What's the most Giga Chad healer? Disc has some good stuff, but it's still incubating. Still work in progress. I like it a lot. Holy's like simple, good. Shaman's like simple, good. Paladin, I think has like a nice mix of like still a bunch of modifiers, but it still feels like you have less like garbage passive stuff. So, no, I mean, your argument is bad, Gary. You're just like bad faith argument. Yeah. I might do some more deep dives. I might do more alpha content. I'm not sure yet. Glad you liked it though. Yeah. Nothing's more Giga Chad than Rewind. Yeah, was it like 2-minute cooldown on a Rewind right now? Yeah. Find the Persian abilities and talents to focus on a single spell or two, or is a contradiction to the idea they wanted to bring back more of a triage, spell selection, and potency. Instead of having an equivalent weight in AoE and single target and letting the circumstance player choice. Some specs have that with like Chain Heal and Surge. Well, I guess it's Healing Wave and Flash Heal and Prayer of Healing. Some specs like Druid, your AoE spells are like helping your single target be stronger. I think their emphasis on like spell selection and making them strong is more about you have to think about your healing outside of cooldowns a lot more. Because, and I'll illustrate this a little bit better. When you have a pie, okay, the pie is always the same size, more, más o menos, in an expansion. And this pie is all of your healing. But when you have, let's say, a huge chunk of your pie dedicated to CD healing, and this is just your healing of your spells in cooldowns, and then everything else is like small little slices of abilities outside of your cooldowns. This feels kind of shitty. Because all these little abilities feel like they don't really do anything. Paladin was a really good example of this. You go look at like Paladin today, and there's like so many small abilities that just don't do really anything. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to say, yeah, we still want a big hunk of your healing to be in CDs. They want to be strong. But your other non-cooldown healing sources are going to look a little bit more like this. You got your Flash Heal, you got your Poe, you got a Holy Word block, you got your healing that you do in your cooldowns. Stuff like that. That's the idea. I don't play Guardian Haiku. Sorry, boo. Yo, Zach, thank you for the prime, dude. Yeah. Well, who said I'm sharing that pie? Make my day. What race is BIS for house building? I haven't even messed with it. Lack of rejuve love? I think the lack of rejuve love and the lack of wild growth love is kind of a concern. Adderall addict. Yeah. But it seems like they're really trying to drill down on like regrowth go burr. Yeah. Yeah, I got you, USD. The purge just your weights to make spells. Selection have feeling and power rather than shortless buttons. Correct. Pope! Yo, thank you for the 5 gifted, man. Welcome in to Pepe the First, Crispecki, Ipey, Lucas, and Thierry. Yeah. Yeah, get dodged. Then Shaman looks like a bit like classic version. So far, I kind of enjoy the changes. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think Shaman's the exception to it. Exception to the rule when it comes to these changes they've made so far. But the other stuff they've added has been really good. And I think that's fine. Like, I don't think everybody's going to get pruned and everyone's going to be in, like, a good position, you know? Yeah. Anything about self-healing for tanks? I think they did, Slider, but I've not done research on that yet. I've just been, like, head down, focusing on the healer stuff and the UI stuff. But I'm pretty sure they've made some, like, pretty good changes. Well, I don't know if they're good changes. Excuse me. I don't know if they're good changes. Yeah. Yeah. Yoda seems to keep saying they made every tank way worse besides blood. Okay. They haven't changed anything about click casting yet, but today we made a laundry list of what they should change about the click casting. So that's on my feedback list. Targeted spells is on my feedback list. It's in here. If anybody has anything else, like, yeah, let me know. It might be on the list, it might not be. I know new people are coming in all the time. Yeah. Double binding. I could put that down. Help harm. Binding. AKA double binding. That's fair. Yeah, I don't expect you guys to read all these notes. At the moment, the TLDR for most add-ons that work in combat is Add-ons will exist, but they're just going to be worse than defaults. So we must, it's the actually, yeah, but like not really. All right, let me pee real quick. 1 sec. I'll be right back. All right. Order party frames on roll on the list. On the list. Disc has some janky stuff fail, but they have like a disconnect right now between what an ability does and what they want it to do. They said, we want evangelism to like help you set up your healing effectively, and it doesn't quite work that way. So if they like fix that, and then I'm sure that they will. Like, we have a lot of time for class changes, so they're not really like that's not really like my big priority right now. Yeah. Yeah, at the moment, Weekor's is kablooey. We don't know if it's going to be that way forever, but at least at the moment, that's what's going down. Yeah. So that's the thing. A lot of stuff is in flux. This is actually kind of a hype time for WoW, I'm not going to lie, because a lot of things can change. Like, Blizzard already did a blue post on Friday where they're like, hey, like, RC Loot Council and stuff that, our changes we're going to destroy is going to be back. We're not going to nuke that stuff. So they've already shown that there is some wiggle room. There is some time. How you doing, Chase? So like my TLDR for what's going on in the expansion is like I like the changes that they're making to healers. I'm very worried about the gameplay with add-ons. So yeah. We'll have RC Loot Council and, you know, all that fun stuff. So they're gonna like bring back, yeah, stuff that's out of combat with add-ons will still work. Like Opie will still work, you know. You can set up your little binds and stuff there. But I don't think it's gonna work. I don't actually think it's gonna work when it comes to if you ever use it in combat, you know. Yeah. Better fishing? I think that'll be fine. It's been a while since I've gone fishing, but I'm pretty sure you don't get into combat when you fish. Use Opie in combat, man? Cannot be using that in combat. It's a really big fish. Will the add-on that shows you a catalog of Goldshire in staff for RP work? The what? The what? It's like 2 actions. If you want to be sweaty about it, Quill, it's 2 actions. You hit button and then you flick. So 2 actions is more actions than 1 action of just hitting button. Therefore, pushing 1 button is better. Yeah, the chess table looks awesome. I wish you could literally just sit there and play chess, man. Yep. I mean, Final Fantasy kind of doesn't have add-ons. But to say that they totally don't have add-ons is not particularly accurate. Yep. Yeah, maybe a world quest. That would own Benny. Well, the thing is, WoW has a lot of games, like little mini games that they build in as world quests, but then you do it one day and then you can't do it again until it comes around again. I want to just like sit there in WoW in the city and then just like activate a totem, and then the totem will like shine a light and that shows people that you're waiting, and then somebody else will come queue up and then do it with you, you know? I don't know. I think that'd be fun. And then you can just sit there and you can just play it, you know? Yeah, the golf one. Exactly. Like there was a golf one, and it's a fun world quest, but I just want to sit there and just like play the golf, you know? Yeah, I think some of them you can, some of them you can't. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair, Ed. That's fair. Chessboard one day and see a load of gnomes as pawns, Night Elf, Blood Elf as the king. Yeah, seriously, man, that would own. Like, I want to just do, you know, like fun little things like that I'd love to have more of. Like just random ass jumping puzzles going on as well. You know? Nah, every healer has a kick except for Resto Druid, Holy Priest, and Dispriest. Those are the 3 that don't. They just got rid of Skull Bash for Resto Druid because I guess fuck them. I don't know. I don't know what the justification is. Blingtron Circuit Breaker's fun too. Yeah. You have 2 groups for the cooldown manager. You have a top bar and a bottom bar. You got a top bar, you got a bottom bar, and these are where your cooldowns go. And you can take something from the top bar, put it into the bottom bar, but you can only have 2 bars. Now you can kind of squish them. You can take it and you can squish it, and then you can make it like vertical and stuff like that, but it's still part of the same bar. Yeah. That's how at least it works at the moment. I really don't know why you can't just like have an option right in here in this menu to add another bar, you know? It's a little strange. Like, I don't know why you couldn't just add another bar. That's literally like what it's just like bar 1, bar 2, bar 3. And you can, like, it doesn't have to be utility cooldowns. That's just the default. You could just go drag all your utility up at the top and mix it around, you know? Yeah, you have the option. Turn my chat overlay on again. Can I? Is there an option? I've been turning the chat overlay off a couple times, but I don't want to have it off forever. I want to set like a keybind for it. Scene transition, source visibility. I think that's what it is. Yeah. Scene, game, chat, overlay. There it is. Changes Rage Priest? I love him, dude. Yep, there we go. That works. I love him. I think, yeah, there's a built-in timeline. See, it's right there. I think the Holy Priest changes are good. I'm a little worried about too much of our healing being tied to Cosmic Ripple with the hero talent, or with the Apex talent. That's kind of my complaint, is I don't want too much of my healing to be passive, because you already have a lot of passive healing from Prayer of Mending, from Echo, and now, you know, from lots of Cosmic Ripple value. So I hope they kind of tune that down and like make our single target healing better. There's a really good talent they made called Ultimate Serenity, which, yeah, it's convenient because you get rid of your Sanctify. It's just gone if you talent into it, but it makes your Serenity stronger and it cleaves 4 allies. So it's a really good tool for 5-man healing. It's like really, really helpful for 5-man healing profiles. It also makes anything like Prayer of Healing, which gives Sanctify cooldown reduction, that will also give you Serenity reduction instead. So it's a really good change. But also, I don't want to have too much of our overall healing get tied to Cosmic Ripple, which is like fluff passive stuff, you know? Because that also might make it harder for us to heal in 5-mans. Yeah. Yeah. I think the Oracle Hero talents are good changes, but I don't think that there should be Serenity or a Piety baseline. You permanently have 20% overheal redirect. I just don't think it's going to work out. Like, it's either going to be busted or they're going to like make us worse because of it. So it's like, it's just like a dangerous game. I would rather just not deal with that. Rather than like, oh, let's see if we're busted this tier, or let's see if we're shit this tier. Because keep in mind, Disc has great Piety right now on live, and Disc sucks. Like, they tuned down Disc so hard. Maybe because of Piety, I don't know. And like Holy had Piety as well, but they tuned it healing. It's healing very low, so Holy has some of the best healing efficiency, but it still doesn't have like giga high HPS. Have a good one, Helios. I think the healing changes are good. The UI is another story. I think what they're doing with healing is going to be good, though. But it's not going to mean much if the UI sucks, right? Because that's how we go play the game. So yeah, next video on my list is to make a video talking about healing. Yeah. So yeah, you can't decouple an icon at the moment, right? And so they've already said we're 100% making changes to the raid frames. So when I make the video, it's going to be like, hey, they're going to make changes. Here's where we stand right now. Here's what I think that they should add. Here's what's going to make healing, you know, good for everybody from a raid frame perspective, from a, you know, party frame perspective. Here's the things that we're going to expect. Here's the things that we're used to. And like taking these things away are going to feel bad, you know? Those are going to be the big parts. Yeah. Is your buff trackers for tanking? They kind of do have buff trackers, but they're pretty limited in what they allow. So like you can see it there, but not being able to have like, I don't know, more stuff than this. you know, the customization for how it can appear, that's going to be a big problem. So it's like, yeah, you can track it, but it also looks like worse to track, you know? You also still have this like buff cap going on where it's like 3 buffs in a party, 4 buffs in a raid. Or I guess it's 5 now. Okay. Got a little something, something. But like, I can't even see that I have bark skin active. You can see it right here. I just can't see the buff, you know? It just do not be existing. I hit iron bark and I can't see that it's active because I have too many hots, you know? How you doing, Grandma? Yeah. I copied it, my characters. Yeah. You can't blacklist certain things yet, right? Again, because this is the default stuff that hasn't been changed at all, and they've already said they're going to make changes. So, like, they could be hip deep in changing this kind of stuff, and we just don't know yet. Yeah. So that's why I'm like, let me just get a laundry list together to cover everything. You know, I'm not happy with the class changes or the UI. Because, yeah, the UI, yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah, what we were talking about today was like, they said they're going to work on the raid frames. And at the moment, yeah, not being able to see cell, you know, our dispels are like these small icons that are really difficult to see, all kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff. It's definitely incomplete. It's definitely incomplete. There's definitely going to be more updates for the raid frames. But also, we want to know what we're going to be getting into, I think, as players. I think it's important to a lot of people. You want to know what's going to happen. Yeah. Smart healing function? I don't think so. I think they just need to make sure we have good raid frames. There's like a small color for a debuff that goes out on, but it's small. It's like, I mean, it's basically the same size as you're going to see out of like the rejuves. It'll just be in like the top right corner. It's not going to color the entire frame. And there's not an option, at least at the moment, to color the entire frame. So. Exactly, keyboard. Yeah, and that's what I'm going to do for the videos. I'm going to be like, hey, like, here's all this really clutch stuff that Cell does and how convenient it is. And here's how the menu and the UI looks and all that. So, see ya, Glover. Changes are going to make the gap even bigger between pugs and coordinated groups. Depends on what they do with things like Omni CD. Because they said they were going to make some version of Omni CD. They said they were going to have some version of like kick tracking or something along those lines. So like it just kind of depends on what the baseline tools are going to be. Because if they can make tools good enough that we're not going to miss the things that were replaced, then I think we're going to be fine. But that's, you know, that's a big if. That's why I feel like this next month is going to be like massive for the game. Because hopefully by the end of the year, we can kind of get an idea as to like what's going to be missing when the game goes live and what are we going live with, you know? Well, they just made an announcement. So they did all the add-on announcement stuff, Suyoto, right? Elistara, thank you for the new sub. They did all the add-on stuff, and then people quickly found that things like RC Loot Council wouldn't work. And they immediately were like, yo, like, we're just focusing on things related to combat, so we're going to go fix these things so, like, RC Loot Council will work or whatever. So they're actively, like, making the changes. Yes, like, at the moment, the SPS, like, Cell would be gone, you know? Haven't done any dungeons yet. Yeah, thank you for the 3 months, Thesp. Yeah. Way too early to know what's going to be good. Alpha is like, you do questing, you kind of explore the zones, kind of just dick around a bunch. Still very, very early. Yeah. That's the thing. A lot of things that like they didn't intend to break were broken with their add-on changes. So they kind of have to like reevaluate it, you know? It's alright. I mean, weak auras just kind of covers a lot of stuff. Like, weak auras do a million different things. I think everybody would agree that a weak aura solving a boss fight for you needs to go, you know? It just needs to go. Yeah, they did an insane job of Silver Moon. Fun time to be in the Blizz UI dev team, yeah. I mean, I'm sure that team has, like, exploded. I wouldn't be shocked if a lot of, like, just WoW developers in general from, you know, Class or Encounter or whatever are now working on the UI, you know? I hope it's more than 10. I hope it's more than 10. I hope they got as many people as they can get on it. Well, apparently Bigwigs was saying that they're working on adjustments where you would kind of like skin the encounter timeline differently. So you could like use Bigwigs, but instead of only having this timeline bar, you could make like the sidebars like this. And then you could like change that around. And I think that's perfect. Because not everybody wants to have a combat timeline. I've actually never used a combat timeline, you know? I just always use these kind of bars, the bigwigs, to track stuff. That's just me. So, all add-ons use the same data as weak auras. You need to kill a lot. Yeah, exactly. Project manager for Fortune 500. The amount of things needed over the next 4 to 5 sprints, which is 8 to 10 weeks. It'd be very impressive if they pull it off. Yeah. I hope shit works out, you know? So, yeah, like they already said that they're going to go out of their way to like make a bunch of changes for the raid frames. So, they're already making plans to make like the raid frames here better. So, we have not gotten any changes yet to the raid frames, but it's like on deck basically. It's on deck. Would she either be king? Not an accurate prediction. Not an accurate prediction. I mean, screw it. Let's just say Priest is going to be the best. I don't know. Anything can happen. You'll be able to add sound cues when abilities come off cooldown. Yeah. But I'm not sure how far they're going to go with the sound cues, what they're going to allow. Yeah, with a lot less add-ons, our FPS is going to be way, way better. That's true. That's true. I would love it if you could have it when abilities are going out and hitting you. Yeah, I would love that. Yep. Ecor add-on community plan to collectively respond. It seems like it's going to be happening this weekend. Because like we were watching a video earlier of the DBM guy and like some of the issues at the moment. So it seems like it's like we're in the middle of it, you know? We're in the thick of it. Why would you want to destroy the Heart of Azeroth? What the hell, man? Pally had a lot of its healing and a bunch of little things rather than have power in the main heals. Do you feel like the changes have changed that? They've adjusted it a bunch, yeah. There's still like some small heals out of it, but I think they've improved it a bunch. Yeah. Is the boss being any more graphically clear? Eh. It's still alpha. They have a lot of time. They have a lot of time for it. How much DR and shields are given Pally? So what they gave to Pally is like a really small shield. It was like 10% of my HP, and then it gave 10% damage reduction. So it was really, really minor. in like the value that it provided. The other one was like your spenders will do like a 10% absorb on people. It's really powerful though. It's really, really powerful though. Yep. But Hoy losing their only little semi-utility with symbol. Yeah, and I think that's just, I don't know, kind of like a constant issue, right? Like, Disc has barrier, which looked like it was slightly larger than before. Like, just a slightly larger space. And then they still have lenience as well. Diva Aura still exists, but then it's like Resto Druid, Holy Priest, Mistweaver Monk, even like Prez, they don't really have the like the damage reduction type utility and everything. And that always is affecting raid healer balance, you know? Always, always, always. So, the game lagged a bunch, to be honest. So, we basically, like, dodged orbs from each side of the room. We basically, like, dodged orbs from each side of the room. We split up into, like, group soaks. It was pretty basic. I think it was just, like, a normal mode boss fight. So, there's definitely, you know, mechanics and higher difficulties that'll change things around. But it seemed pretty basic. And that's fine, you know, just alpha normal mode, right? But I think most of it, at least so far for me, was like figuring out the class-based stuff, you know? But still, like, decent amount of movement. You know, Priest still needs a movement ability in a big way. As usual, right? As usual. Gift of the Wild raid groups will like designate who gets to cast mark. Isn't that something else? I thought that was like more personal Mark of the Wild, right? Damage meter was not out yet, but it's soon TM. Soon TM. Gift of the Wild. Yeah. So everybody can spam. Everyone can spam. I'm pretty sure it'll allow like everybody to apply it to themselves, Hugs. That would be weird if not. I think because it's a stronger buff, then it couldn't be overlapped by a weaker buff. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch some tank videos and like deep dive where tanks are gonna be standing at too. I've just been focusing on like changes for healers, changes for UI. That's a little bit closer to home. Yeah. Yeah, as we get to like do dungeons and everything, JB, I'm definitely down. Not at the moment, Breezy. Not at the moment. But we spent pretty much all day today looking at all the publicly available information, what they're doing with add-ons, what the raid frames do at the moment, and what we need to have out of existing raid frames. And so I got a big laundry list, and they've already said they're going to change around the default raid frames and make them better. It's gonna happen. We just don't know what's going to happen. So my next video is gonna go down over all of these things. Yep. I got you, Breezy. I got you, man. Because like technically, you know, there's click casting in the game. It exists. You know, Blizzard has their own version of click casting, but there's a lot of problems with it. So if they fix all of that, when you guys as end users come to the new expansion, you won't even notice a difference. But they got to get it to that level first before they take our stuff away. Right. It'll be less daunting for new players? I think so. Like, I can't tell you how many times I had to explain and like re-explain like premonition of piety and premonition of insight to people when playing priest. And unfortunately, there were times where it was just like too much for people, and they were just like, I'm just not even gonna play this hero talent, you know? Like, I'm fine with them getting rid of those kind of things that were really confusing for people. It doesn't really bother me as long as like the rest of the gameplay is interesting, challenging. You know, there's ways to exhibit your skill, all that. So I'm chilling. You just get Oracle Disc gives you 2 charge of penance. Oracle Holy gives you 2 charges of prayer of mending. I got disconnected. I think that guy left, Donuts. I think that guy left. I think we bullied him too hard. The thing is, like, you know, if you disagree and then you have like a bad argument, I'm gonna make fun of you. So there's no like premonition button anymore, right? Right. Yeah, I'll show you. Maybe they did, Lita. I'm not sure. But I just like, I know from my perspective writing guides how challenging it was for people to get into it, so. I don't think things are going full potato. Like, Classic is already like a magnitude, like a crazy massive magnitude of like simplicity. And I don't think we're headed for that. I don't think we're headed for that one bit. So yeah, it just gives you an additional charge. And then this is the twin side. It got moved down. So argument should be more than this guy makes content for the game, so he's a zombie. Yeah, exactly. Like, trust me, I love a good debate. Someone has like a reasonable argument for something, I'm down. We can agree to disagree, or somebody can change my mind all they want. But yeah, when people start with like flaming, I'm just gonna talk shit back. Click casting is when you are clicking on the frame to heal somebody, and it activates a healing spell. So if left click is my flash heal, shift left click is my serenity, mouse button 5 is prayer of mending, things like that. Well, the funny thing about it, Donuts, is that guy's followed me for a year, and every once in a while he'll ask questions, and then every once in a while he'll come back and chat and just like make nasty comments. I'm just like, what do you want, man? It might be Spy. It's like super early. It's super early. So for Archon, your active ability is Halo. So Oracle does not have access to Halo. Archon is the only one that does. Oh, it was just a weirdo, basically. Holy Pally doesn't cast Consecrate anymore, but your Judgment will place a Consecrate at the enemy's feet. Hammer of Wrath is a passive that activates and replaces Judgment when you have wings up. So you can cast a Hammer of Wrath, but it basically is your Judgment. Yeah. They made Prism and Divine Toll on the same choice node, so you have to choose one or the other. I did play Fellowship. And I'm going to play it a bunch when it launches, man. I'm really excited about it. Yeah, they got rid of Blessing of Seasons. I'm very excited about that. Yep, I'm with you guys. I'm very excited about that. So, like, just good pruning, honestly. I think it's, like, good pruning. Yeah, when you cast Aura Mastery, it can automatically activate a Divine Toll. Prez is really cool. Your Spirit Bloom is gone, but it gets rolled into your Apex talent. And so when you Dream Breath, you have a 100% chance to empower your Reversion. And when you cast a Reversion, it also casts a Spirit Bloom. It's a nice way to do it. Yeah, when you activate Wings, it'll automatically activate Tears if you talent into Tears, you know? I don't know what they're going to do with the hero talents, JP. I'm not sure. I'll reserve judgment for now, you know? We'll see it when we see it. I think Shaman got pruned too much. Everybody else, I think people are like neutral to positive on, you know? I think Shaman needs like at least like a buff or 2 to track. There's not really much to track right now for it. And I don't think Shaman was like rocket science already, you know? Yo, Leah, thank you for the new sub. Yeah. Class role tier lists are useful if you're pretty casual. They're like popcorn content, Brian. They're like popcorn content. If you're a casual player, it doesn't matter at all. But I always get asked about a tier list. I always get asked about a tier list. Yo, Laser Chicken, thank you for the prime. And if I didn't make like a tier list, then people would go watch some other tier list or something along those lines. So like, you know, they're fluff content. A lot of times before a season, they're just like my prediction of like what might happen. Sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong, you know? Shaman had a lot of like utility buttons, but for like raw healing buttons, not too many. Yeah. So it's play Priest. Disc Oracle or Resto Druid for Midnight? Oh, you cannot be playing Druid. Go play Priest. I don't know, it's alpha. Oh man. Try a monk? Do it. It's nice because you don't have to play your Jadefire Stomp anymore. Your abilities just damage and then they heal. Simple as. You don't have to set down a stomp and make sure you stand in the stomp and watch your positioning for it. Make sure nobody runs out of it, you know. I don't think there's any missing archetype for healers. Not any that I've imagined. There's like, it would be cool if, you know, you threw potions to people or something. Oh, priest is 100% the default answer in this household. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yo, Kia, thank you for the new sub. Do I not get picked if you're not playing meta and lower content? I mean, weirdos, right, will like look for meta in their you know, 4s or 6s or something, but like that shouldn't be the norm. That shouldn't be the norm at all. Yeah, Jadefire Stomp is gone, but basically you permanently have the buff up. You permanently have the Ancient Teachings buff up if you talent into it. So they just made it better. You don't have to push the button. You just always have it. You go Frolic. Yeah, it's like, how could you be upset about losing it? Like, I get that it looks cool, but that was gumming up your rotation every 15 seconds. Like, constant maintenance buff. Like, ugh. Yeah. Just like, and things like that, you know, I'm just like, you could have more time to spin. You got more time. I got more time to read chat, you know. I'm sure that they could find a way to make other stuff look cool, you know. Visuals, yeah, man. I'm always going to be in favor of them making more visuals for specs, more glyphs for spells. Like, I'm with you guys, you know. Yeah, I don't think we're getting any like class changes in the 2.5 patch. Maybe some tuning, but not like actual changes to abilities. Unless they're like implementing an early change to a spell or something like that. You know? What about the Apex? It's like when you activate Thunder Focus Tea and then I think you envelop, it just pushes healing into that target for your envelop. It's something like that. It's kind of like a low proc chance from what I've seen so far, but it like seemed decently strong. Their goal is to make all the Apex talents like strong, though. Yeah. They kind of like took the power of the hero talents, which are really powerful. They kind of cut it in half and then gave some of that pie to the Apex talents. So your hero talents might feel not as insane, but the Apex talents are going to feel strong too. That's kind of how they did it. Yeah, you're not getting a shaman tank, Smiticus. Sorry, boo. Sorry. So it's like an auto-soothing channel. You can cast other stuff during the Spirit Font. Yeah. But it's like a little quick animation goes from you to that target. They made it possible that you can neglect the Apex talents. So maybe there'll be a niche use for it, but they don't want that to be the case. They don't want that to be the norm, at least. But technically, it will be possible. Yeah. Like, you're going to get the talent options right here, and you don't have to select them at all. You can just drop all of them and just put them in, you know, whatever, if you needed to. I wouldn't mind if they made like a new chat channel slider that you had to like forcibly join. Yo, Nydia, thank you for the prime. And then they just had that for the boosting and stuff. But basically, like, boosting and RMT, all that stuff is like always going to be a thing as long as it's more valuable for people to like do that instead of, I don't know, try to like work IRL, basically. If we get the new talents in 0.27, nah, it'll be 12-0. It'll be 12-0. Yeah, but I mean like a forcible, like this is only the boosting channel, and then if you post any boosting related stuff in another channel, they just like fucking insta-ban, insta-ban, insta-ban. Get like Jimmy the intern spending like every day 8 hours a day just banning people in trade chat or banning people in services chat or something like that. Yeah. I'm kind of curious about what they're going to do for it, Bellix. Hopefully it'll be something that adds like a little bit of like complexity or something like that. Don't pay anyone to do bans. That's why I said an intern. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I said do it in an intern. I think it's because the Turbo Boost was like a surprise Tetra, and now we like are anticipating it. Yeah. Yeah. But it's also like we have Remix on top of Fellowship, on top of Alpha Beta, on top of like a Turbo Boost we've already had, you know. It's like a lot of competition. This is where WoW just kind of spreads out and there's a ton of shit going on. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just going to be like, it's kind of a weird part in WoW where there's just always going to be something different happening all the time. You know? It'll be positive because there's going to be tons of stuff to do, though. Always, always, always tons of stuff to do. But I know the feeling, man. Because, like, you know, for me, when Fellowship comes out, that's going to be big. That's going to be big. I'd be a big, big fan. Has music so far, or is that not implemented? There wasn't much that I saw. But I tell you what, when they do, I'll be all over that. They said there's a Brawlers Guild type stuff coming. I haven't seen anything about it though. We've been traveling along the Scar, the newly healed Scar. I don't know which one I'm gonna main Alarian, to be honest, but I'm really, really excited for it. I'm super excited. I can't decide either. I'm kind of leaning towards Sylvie, but we'll see. I think healing and fellowship is really good. There's not a crazy amount of like abilities you have. You know, I think you have like maybe 12 or 14 abilities or something like that. But they all feel really significant. They all feel really valuable. I think it's still challenging. So, I mean, you guys are reminding me. I got to make some guides for that. Yeah, just 2 healers at launch for fellowship. Just 2 healers at launch for it. But I think the gameplay gets fast, like, as you get better geared and everything. Yeah, Fellowship's like a one-time $25 payment. There's no sub to it. Dude, I know. New Silver Moon is insane. Is this, technically Ghostlands? Yeah, this is kind of like the Ghostlands. And it's spooky looking. It's spooky. This is actually one of the dungeons, by the way, coming up. Yeah. Yeah, it's not looking good, Noct. It's not looking good. We kind of spent the whole day talking about it. So it looks like they're not going to work, at least in their current form, and I made a laundry list of things that they should be adding to the raid frames, the default raid frames. Restore life. Sorry with Sylvie, but your H-Pal brain couldn't comprehend it after he got out of contender. Yeah. Some of the like spell queuing you got to do for it, and the butterfly manipulation, it just takes some time, you know? It takes some reps. It definitely takes some reps. Yeah, this is where the dungeon is. Boop. Dude, imagine bringing groceries up here. Like, this is their home. Imagine going up all these stairs. Like, how do you even get to this area? There's, like, how would you even get here? Is there something upstairs? It's just a room. Be drafty. Magic, that's true. That's true. They do have the mana orbs. Good call, good call. Building elevator's been down all week. Oof. Yeah, that sounds awful. Do you live on like the 12th floor in New York? A lot of bad reviews over oversimplification they've done over classes. I don't think that affects healers. I can't speak for everybody, but I don't feel that way with healers. Oh, 5th floor is still pretty rough. You're gonna get like a backpack or something. Wait, this is insane. Twilight Hammer type stuff. Big all of every building's gotten for the Blood Elves, like they renovated with a TARDIS. They did a lot of renovating, man. They did a lot of renovating. And like, look at this skybox. You can see it from so far away. Yeah. I think a lot of people were like, they saw abilities get removed and they're like, oh, they're making it like too easy. And like, trust me, DPS players are always going to find a way to make it hard for healers. I'm not worried about that. Dude, this is Tranquilin. Holy shit. I spent so much time questing in here. I spent so much time questing in here. This place is gorgeous now. Look at this. I think they got rid of a lot of like fluff, wrong desire. They got rid of like a lot of stuff like, oh, I don't have to hit Jadefire Stomp every 15 seconds to like do healing. And did that make you like a super skilled player? Like, not really. Not really. This is the troll zone. Takes us out. I hope it's still the Blood Elf starter zone. It should be, man. I feel like they might as well, right? Yeah. Dude, imagine like coming over this rise and then you see the city. You're just like a little lore peasant. You're just like a little dude. Like they should remove this tree. Sorry, but they should remove this tree. And then you like come on over it. And then bam. Bruh. It's massive. Goblin Tree Shredder, yeah. Yeah, get a lumberjack in there. Yeah. Yeah, the aesthetic is insane. Because, like, the Blood Elf is the first starting zone I ever was in. And so I was in there a while. I had no idea what I was doing as a new player. Them revamping this is, like, insane. I don't feel like they talked it. I know that they said that they redid it, but I just don't think they even talked about it enough, you know? What did they take away from HPAL? They made Tears Deliverance a passive when you activate wings. You have to choose between Divine Toll or Prism. You don't cast Consecrate anymore. It automatically gets cast from a Judgment if you talent into it. Your Hammer of Wrath is gone. Unless you talent into it, and then it replaces your Judgment. So, not really that much crucial stuff, IMO. Yeah. Ever want to leave this for the whole expansion? Yeah. It's just like, they just pruned, like, fluff from Pally, you know? Pally still has, like, insanely good stuff. I still have, like, 20 or 30 binds for Pally or something like that. Yeah, we touched the orb in the sky last stream. Look at this place. This is the freaking Sunwell, dude. I like the Holy Priest stuff. I think I'm just worried about Cosmic Ripple being like too much of the overall healing. If they make sure that it's not too much of the overall healing, then then we'll be cooking. Then we'll be cooking. Here's Magister's Terrace. I think it's Magister's Terrace, right? Yeah. Are you having a bad dream, baby? Healing without uniframes. Dude, crazy nostalgia, right? I can't do a dungeon. Yeah, I have to. I kept lagging out trying to do quests. It like would not accept the quests earlier, so we've just been like yapping all day. But I can't get into Zulamon. It sends you back. And then yeah, I just gotta go. Look at that. I just gotta sit there and like spam a bunch of quests and stuff like that before I can actually do any dungeons. There's just a lot that procs its liver, so when you're in Apotheosis, your Flash Shield will proc Cosmic Ripples. So it can add up to be a lot. Tarhu the Ransacker. Kind of neat. Oh yeah, orb right above. Oh, I didn't even see this. Flash Shield will trigger a Cosmic Ripple during Apotheosis Sliver. Yeah. Also, the Sunwell hurts. Yeah, it'll mess you up. Kill Jaden motifs? Yeah, they kicked his ass like 15 years ago. Yeah. That bum hasn't been here for a while. Nearly a setback. Yeah, dude, this architecture is insane. Some will actually be soothing to a Blood Elf Priest? Yeah, you'd think so. Egg. This is one of the bosses. Spoiler! Spoiler! But, you know. You can, like, start doing some of the basic dungeons and everything if you level up. So, before, whenever I kept accepting quests, it was just, like, lagging me. So I was like, screw it, let's just fly around and mess around, you know? So that's what we're doing right now. Ultimate Serenity, that it should get the extra charge for Sank for Miracle Worker. Have 3 instead of 2. I don't know yet. We'll have to see when we go play M+ with it. I think it's fine so far. I think it's fine so far. Yeah. Yeah, this place is absurd. I think this has got to be their best zone they've ever made. It's got to be the best. When you think, wow, veteran subscribers will be able to play alpha, just depends on their invite system, man. Yeah. Wish I knew. Disc is like Void Weaver, and M+ is like Haste and Verse. Yeah, if you're trying to push higher keys. Yep. Situation in which he doesn't do well? Oh, it's way too early. Anything I say would just be like a random ass speculation. It'd just be totally random. Yeah. I'll park my priest. I'll park my priest here and see if it'll let me pick up my quests and stuff now. Oh my god, it did. It kept lagging me over and over again before. Yep. Another way too early video. All right, I got you. I got you. Sure, why not, Sliver? Just make it quick. I won't be on for too terribly long. Any drastically different gameplay? Drastic. I think like the cooldown management for Prez. I mean, the Prez is probably the biggest one. I think it's gotten the most changes out of anything. Yeah, not having like big lifebind ramps anymore, I think is a huge part of the spec, or was a huge part of the spec. I mean, that was like everything for it back in like Dragonflight Season 1, you know? Yeah. No, I'll probably do some like for funner tier list and then just use that as an opportunity to talk about all the healers and just like where they sort of stand at the moment. Something like that. So, no idea what the future's going to hold, Kiters, honestly. Like, they might do a pretty good job with the raid frames. They might have a whole bunch of things planned. They might not. Like, I don't know. I just don't know. Priest F, everything else S+. So Priest got buffed because content creators have control over Blizzard. True. Yep. Nah, Priest is great. Don't listen to that guy. Don't listen to that guy. Yep. Some of those all spells in Zest Plus. I mean, hey, happened to Rep Pally one time. Happened to Rep Pally one time. Oh, for midnight? Oh, I don't even know if this is going to be good. Yeah. Like, I don't love how Shadowman works at the moment. Gating Harsh Discipline. I kind of feel like you have to go all the way down to Mindbender. Inner Light being on the GCD is really annoying. Inner Light being on the GCD is like really annoying to play around. I feel like if our mana's not that important, we might just stay in the Shadow spec and we'll be chilling. Yeah. Wheel and Woe's not that good. You might want to drop that for Mindbender because it only affects shield, doesn't affect smite. And if you play a Void Weaver builds, you might as well just run Greater Smite all the time because the follow through is going to be insane. Yeah. But like Divine Procession and Greater Smite is like insane synergy right now. You don't really need like Holy Ray either. If you were running Harsh Discipline, I suppose so. But I feel like you might even just go drop these 3 points, go into like Blaze type stuff. It's tough to do it all, you know.
Royale is greater than.
Yo, I do love me some Royal Otis. Thank you for the 3 months, Fig. Yeah, like assuming Evangelism would be good, you know, which could be a big if. Ooh, do I have another point? Oh, this is probably what I would run. Controversy on the class side. Shadow or Death didn't look like it was that big on damage. It seems like they want Holy Nova to be worth. But I don't know, it's like early season. Like, you know, your crowd control talents aren't really necessary unless you're doing keys or something along those lines. You know, translucent images, of course, a must. I think with the damage focus build, you might be able to take focus power, but yeah, we'll see. But I would 100%, if you're playing any Void Weaver build, you basically, I would argue, you have to take Greater Smite. I think Divine Procession would be good with it too. And I think Blaze would be really good with it too. Because your Smite or your Ascended Blast or Void Blast just does so much damage. It does like turbo amounts of damage. Yeah. mean, like, whenever you get a chance, see what works, you know? Yeah, this would be for disc. This would be for disc. It's like Greater Smite allows you to just cast Smite faster, and you just chain together Smites like crazy, crazy fast. So that's probably like one of the biggest ones, I would say. How mad are players going to be when the priest loses access to their PI helpers? Yeah. Somebody who will PI on time. Somebody who will PI on time. Somebody who can like watch their whispers and everything like that. Yeah. Drop Wheel and Woe for Revel in Darkness? Maybe if your dots are good. I don't know if your dots are going to be good, but if they are, yes. If they're not, you know, we'll see. That's the challenge, I would argue, right now. But yeah, I don't think Wheel and Woe has too much of a place with Void Weaver at the moment. I do have an overview on my YouTube right now of the Holy Disc changes. If you just want somebody to read all these changes to you, it'll be right here. We just made a new video about the healing and how it is changing. I think what I'm probably going to do is I do have a couple sit downs with experts for our Druid and for Prez, and they talk about all their stuff. So I'm probably going to start working on some other healers, or I might just do one like mega video and go over all the healers, like initial vibe check on them, initial feels on them, and maybe we'll just shoehorn it into like a tier list or something. Maybe most to least changed or something along those lines. I don't know. I'll have to chew on it. But for now, I do have to go. I got to make this into a video. And then I got to make dinner. Yeah. I got to get this done. I don't know. People love their tier lists. So yeah, sub to the YouTube. Lots and lots of good content there. Not streaming tomorrow. It is the Lord's Day, a.k.a. football day. And I'm going to need the Lord on my side because it's not looking good for my team. Dude, where's Lamar? Lamar is on the bench. He's out. Bucky Irving's out. Ricky Pearsall's out. We're on the struggle bus. We're on the struggle bus. So we shall see what happens. We'll see what happens. Anyway, thanks for all the love today. Back Monday, 1 p.m. Eastern. And I'll probably start ripping some quests and see if we can get into some dungeons, see how all that stuff's going to go. All right? So have a good weekend. GG's. Go watch some football if you feel like it. If not, you know, no worries, all good. Bye, friends. GN.